Hello everyone, this is Savian playing Touhou Lost Branch of Legend for today's episode 6 of Learning Lunatic, where I'm going to be playing on Lunatic7 while explaining all my decisions, this time on Sakuya. So we've already done Sakuya's B set, focused on extra turns and blue mana. So now it's time for her white set. Her white set is focused on her throwing knives, which are token cards that deal 16 damage for 2 mana, or whenever they leave your hand without being played, deal 6 damage to the enemy with the least HP. Her spell card deals 32 damage, is accurate, and adds 2 throwing knives to your hand. So, assuming you do nothing else other than the spell card, it's 44 damage, separated in 3 hits, which is like very similar to other single target spell cards. Like if we look at Ramus here, for example, it was 15 damage 3 times, so 45, 1 more damage. And the Killing Doll is slightly less powerful, plus the spell card only has accurate on the 32 damage, since the throwing knives are not accurate. But they do give you the 2 throwing knives that you can use for other purposes, so yeah, technically slightly worse, but has more potential for synergies with the throwing knives. Like something as simple as you need like discard fodder to play a certain card. This is already like more useful than Ramus, but as usual, everything is kinda dependent on the situation. As for her starting exhibit, at the start of combat and whenever you shuffle your drop pile, you're gonna get 1 throwing knife added to your drop pile. Since they replenish, these help you have more cards in hand and don't really consume your draws. Which means that generally I kinda like cards that have like hand density synergies, I'd say. Stuff like Mizandine, that gives you barrier for each card in hand. Those are like kinda good, since the throwing knives give you that kind of benefit kinda automatically. And then we have her starting deck, same usual for the basics: 2 shoot, 2 boundaries, 2 big attacks, 3 big defenses. And as for her unique starting card, we have Bouncing Knives. On its base form, Bouncing Knives is decent but not impressive card, for sure. It is 2 white for 10 damage, which would be the same as the normal attacks. However, it does add 1 throwing knife to your hand, which means it's actually dealing at least 6 more damage, assuming that you don't play the knife and you just let it exile at the end of the turn. But again, the knives have certain synergies you can use. You can discard them, put them back into your deck, stuff like that. I used to not really like this upgrade, but after thinking on it a while and actually trying it out, it is actually a pretty good upgrade in my opinion. It goes from 16 damage to 24, which 24 damage for 2 mana after the upgrade is actually quite good. That would be because on top of the 10 damage, you get 1 lock-on, which is immediately applied to the throwing knives. So they would deal 7 damage each, so 10 plus 7 plus 7 would be 24. Plus, since it applies 1 lock-on, whenever you attack the enemy like for the rest of the turn, you're actually going to be gaining a little bit more damage. So not a huge amount, but like as a base attack, it's actually like decently powerful, and the lock-on is again some extra damage when you're going for full offense turns. So yeah, I ended up like comparing it to stuff like Marisa's Flammable Laser. Like also deals 24 damage, applies vulnerable rather than lock-on. But yeah. The thing is, the knives do have some synergies, so even if the damage is the same and lock-on is like slightly worse. I already think that, for example, Marisa's like Red Marisa's starting unique is one of the better ones, so it's not a completely fair comparison. And this does have like synergies with the Sakuya stuff, even if it's slightly worse at the base. So yeah, I ended up changing my opinion on this, and we're going to go ahead and start the run. As a reminder, I am playing with the RNG fix mod now, and I'll be posting the SID in the description if you wanna play along. And let's go. So, for Sakuya, as I mentioned, I do like the sponsor choice. Boss swap on Sakuya, I don't tend to... Like, the thing about the boss swap is that sponsors generally just the safer choice. Like, why bother with the swap when I can just sponsor, have a safer early run and all that. But the starting exhibit isn't like amazing. The knives are decent cards, but if you don't have like sometimes when you're doing stuff like trying to go infinite, the knives can actually screw you over by clogging your hand. As an attack, they're like again decent to good, certainly better than the basics. Plus they're colorless. But with the knives as your main method of damage and having the bouncing knives on the starting deck, even like some of the colorless exhibits can help you out quite a bit. So I think the boss swap is actually like okay on Sakuya. However, the thing is that with the sponsor, high starting money, you just don't really have to bother with risky options. Other than that, relief, choose a card from the library to remove. Always a nice option. The Sakuya does like cycling quite a bit when she can, thanks to the knives having replenish and having a lot of draw plus discard synergies. So having a smaller deck tends to be quite nice. And then alter, choose a card from the library to transform. Just your standard like decent early choice. Get rid of one of your basics, get a different card. But yeah, generally since sponsors just the safer option, you can just pick it up every time, even if you lost the previous round very early. You don't really have to worry about anything, so that's generally what I'm gonna go for whenever I play Sakuya. Another option I like, but I didn't really get here, is getting a random rare card, because Sakuya's unique rares on her starting colors. Like, she has 14 possible unique rares. I think 13 of them are good enough to like be a noticeable upgrade. And then of the like neutrals, there's generally like some decent stuff. But generally I don't tend to focus on the neutrals when thinking about the card library. For the rare cards and stuff, so yeah. Regardless, I'm gonna go ahead and just pick the sponsor. It's the easiest to just take an advantage of, so yeah. As usual, we pick up the power card, the power pill, sorry. Get our spell card, just get an early leading. So normally, whenever I pick up the sponsor, I tend to go to the shop quite early. However, if I find like a lot of good stuff, like a rare and a relic I want, on top of wanting to remove and stuff like that, it's actually like kind of hard to afford that kind of thing. So one thing I've been trying lately is to just do an elite on the first part of the act. Get some cash, use my my spell card, and then I can go ahead and just do the shop on the second one. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna try and go for here. And seeing as we have 2 elite paths, we do have to choose between these. And considering that we're gonna have, like if we do go to our shop here, we're gonna have at the very least 2 combats, possibly 3 if we choose to go here. And we won't have an elite, but skipping 1 elite is like... Remember that you fight the elites to get stronger, but if they're risky when you don't have that much power, there's no issue with skipping them. Like, very often, if you survive long enough, you can get stronger just from combats and combat shops and other free rewards, without just having to fight every elite you see on every path. So yeah, I'll probably not have my spell card here regardless. If I use it on the elite, like, it's gonna be 1, 2, 3. Yeah, if I go to the path with 2 combats, then maybe. But yeah, if I just did like combat event, well, I guess it would have to be this path if I did combat plus event for the elite. So yeah, if I went to this path, like 4 combats, one of them being elite, is not a guaranteed spell card at all. So yeah, I might not have it for the elite, might be dangerous. The event could be something that costs me power, stuff like that. So yeah, I don't mind just doing 2 elites on Act 1 and having like first elite early on using my spell card, and then just give myself some time to recover it, go to the elite on the 3rd part of the act, and either like use my spell card here or save it for the boss if I'm strong enough by the end. So yeah, let's go ahead and choose our elite path. And since I'm most likely going to just drop my spell card, try to burst my opponents, and I want to conserve HP until I get there. So since it's early, I might not actually have a great deck. Like, even if I did 1 more combat, like, just if the combat costs me like 10 HP and doesn't give me a useful card, well, I might just be screwed regardless. So I'd rather just have enough HP that I can choose to trade it off by taking some extra damage on turns where I have a lot of attacks, and just damage raising the elites rather than trying to perfect them. So yeah, I'm going to go to the top path, try to conserve HP early, get the elite with my spell card most likely, and then just have a more calm second part of the act where I can spend my money at the shop and decide what to do like on the last part based on how things go. So yeah, let's go ahead, start our top path. I'm gonna try and focus a little less on the more obvious stuff like the mechanics and all those things for these runs. So yeah, the crows as usual, 2 grays at the start. Generally take turns attacking, so this is the likelier one to attack me. Just gonna go ahead, full block here. Not gonna trade HP against normal enemies. Generally, I prefer to go to the... I prefer to attack the purple one here, because it's the second one that's attacking. So maybe I'd have a chance of, like, if I took the grays now, I might have a chance next turn of bursting it with stuff like bouncing knives, play the knife, and shoot for 31 damage. However, the throwing knives prioritize the enemy with the least HP, so they're likely to, they're going to target this one. So the grace is not going to get removed on the purple crow, so I might not be able to burst it next turn. Yeah, as expected, it is the one attacking. So since we can't burst it down, but this one is going to be put in statuses rather than applying grace to itself, which means that next turn it's almost guaranteed to die. So you just go ahead, full block the bottom bird, use our damage on the top one. The knife will put it down to 8 HP. And any of our big damage cards or 2 shoots will be able to finish this off. yeah, we do get our misdirection here. And since like we have a status here, but the combat is very likely to finish next turn if we just deal as much damage as possible. So just go ahead, shoot, throwing knife, leaves it below 10 HP, which means that misdirection kills it, bouncing knives kills it. And we draw none of those sadly, and it is going to gain grace. However, what I can do here is put it down to 3 HP, which means that if I take the grace and I have like bouncing knives, the knife will finish it off. Or I could just use the papers, and yeah, for example here, newspaper takes 1 stack, bouncing knives takes another, and the knife finishes the fight. And we finish that fight with 0 damage taken. So, early on we don't really have like a lot of knife synergies, because we just start with the bouncing knives as our only knife related card. Generally, knife synergies include draw and discard, can be stuff that just plays your knives without paying for them, things like that. However, discard is an important part generally of the knife synergies, because if you discard them, you get to like shuffle them back into your deck. Well, they go to the discard pile, you get to shuffle them back later, instead of just exiling them, which means you can get back more knives and the next time you cycle the deck. And since they draw a card when you draw them, you're just getting more and more cards that you can use for your benefit and as discard fodder. So since Grace is also like a very useful defensive measure, even more in the early on, since there's very few attacks that are accurate outside of like a couple of the elites. Like there's the doll that does her poison attack, and can't really remember any others off the top of my head. I think the fairy, like one of the fairies, the black fairy maybe does a big ungraceable attack sometimes. But in general, like discard a card, if we discard a knife, that is going to keep the knife in our deck, activate it immediately, and 1 blue for 1 grace is actually pretty nice. Plus the upgrade isn't like super relevant, and the base card is already like kinda good enough, so we don't have to generally worry about upgrading this card. So yeah, because very often I do pick cards early on that I tend to like upgrading and end up with not having enough upgrade opportunities, and just picking cards that are good before upgrading are just like, this is a solid card. You start with it on Sakuya B, and it's generally a good role player. And here, where we have our knives as discard fodder, it will ideally be an even better role player. So yeah, we get the Kakaro event. This early on, I'm pretty much guaranteed to always just take the random exhibit and not the welfare. We definitely have enough HP that the soft curse, shall we call it, because we do end up removing it after playing it, won't actually like get us killed. And the random exhibit can be a game changer even more this early on, because it can give us direction, it can just make our deck better. Yes, there's a lot of possible advantages, and the disadvantage is like obvious but not huge or anything like that. And we get a pretty amazing exhibit, in fact. Peaked Cap, we draw 1 more card during the draw step. Since Sakuya generally likes drawing cards a lot on this, like, obviously drawing cards is always better, always good, but like with the draw and discard synergies that you tend to use with your knives, that is even better for us. And Peaked Cap is just in general an amazing relic, in my opinion, an amazing exhibit. Just 1 more card every turn is really nice. We're gonna start cycling our deck every 2 turns rather than every 3 with some cards left over. So yeah, well, once we get rid of the welfare, I guess. But yeah, very happy about the Peaked Cup. And let's move on. So, one thing I generally like against the Kadamas is when I draw the knife on turn 1 and I get to just one-shot one of these. Sadly, did not happen here. Yeah, because if I drew the knife, it would be like 16 damage. Would have just one-shot the pink Kadama here, and I could have just fully blocked the bottom one. The blue Kadama is going to weaken us, because remember, these are either attacking or the blue, in the blue's case, weakening. Pink makes us frail, bottom one buffs its own firepower. Sorry for that cut, I had a small interruption. As I was mentioning, yeah, I tend to like one-shotting the small Kadama, and the specific actions that they do when they're not attacking are weakening, frail, and firepower buffing. So since we're gonna be weakened, it's gonna be hard to one-shot any of them. The top one is almost guaranteed to attack me next turn. If I'm weakened, throwing knife deals 11 damage if I remember correctly. So even with the shot, it's not gonna be enough on its own to finish it off, which is unfortunate. But I still think that my best play here is just fully blocking. In the boundary here to get to 15 blocks, since this is 30 damage. And yeah, just since I'm not gonna be able to, I'm not likely to be able to one-shot the Kadama, maybe I just take down the, like, do some damage to the pink one. Yeah, normally I want to attack the one that, like, this one is not attacking this turn, so it's extremely likely to attack next turn. So generally I tend to prefer attacking these enemies, because that way next turn I could finish it off, not have to worry about its attack, so it wouldn't have to block it. However, since I'm rather unlikely, I think, to be able to actually finish it off, I'm just gonna go ahead and hurt the pink one, because it's the one with the least HP, and I'm actually likely to be able to kill it next turn. And it is the one that's attacking us from the bottom too, so that is kinda nice. Yeah, just go ahead. Misdirection for 7 damage. We didn't draw our knife, sadly. Which means that it's we're not gonna be able to play our Wolfer here. If we had drawn the knife, rather than the misdirection, we would have knifed the pink Kadama, played Wolfer, and had 1 mana left over to do Private Vision to raise this. However, I'm just gonna have to use my shot here, and I'm just gonna go ahead and Private Vision for block. Could have just played the defend, but like doesn't really matter. Either of those would have fully blocked. Looks like we're gonna be taking some damage here. So 2 knives is 8 damage. This has 25 HP if we include the block. So 8 damage plus 7 is 15. Can we get... Yeah, if we did misdirection, shoot, and bouncing knives on the top one, we could just get enough damage to finish it off. And that would leave us taking 12 damage. On the other hand, if I just do Danger Foretold, I'm taking 9. So yeah, it's gonna be better to actually just go ahead and block here. Play defensively. This turn we'll remove the block of the bottom one. Next turn we can probably finish it off. We're not gonna be weakened anymore either. So yeah, just block as much as I can. And since I'm focusing on removing the block, I'm just gonna go ahead and play the Wolfer here. Or yeah, let's just go ahead. Because this one has firepower, so I'm actually like kind of scared of it. But once I finish it off, I don't really think this one's going to be a problem. So yeah, I didn't have to like leave it at low HP to be able to kill it one like later. So because I wasn't worried about it, so I can just go ahead and do that last turn rather than take out the shield, since I'm not really worried about it gaining shield next turn. It's gonna be at 7 HP now. And all of our big attacks are going to finish it off. So no worries there. Yeah, misdirection. That's the Katama down. And we keep moving on to our elite now. Okay, so 3 great cards to choose. Yeah, I like all 3 of these, honestly. So, room cleaning is like very similar in a way to Heaven... something Heaven, can't remember the card right now. But the 12 block card that when upgraded just upgrades your entire hand. Well, this is a discard, draw 1 card. When upgraded, draws 2 instead. And normally it upgrades 1 random card in your hand. But if you discarded a throwing knife, which is kind of what we want to do in the first place anyway, it instead upgrades all cards in your hand until the end of combat, which includes the cards you drew off of it. So that would be very nice. Strong synergy with the knives. And getting an upgrade source this early is definitely good. Trick Bullets is one of the best uncommon attacks, best common attacks Sakuya has in my opinion. Base level is 2 mana for 12 damage. You draw a card, you get a knife. So this is like 2 mana, and at worst you're dealing 18 damage with a knife and drawing 1. However, the upgrade is like very good. Just goes down to 1 either blue or white energy. So really great upgrade in my opinion. And 1 energy for an attack that draws a card and deals this much damage is absolutely amazing. And then lastly, the Great Tengu's Decree is one of my favorite like mixed defense plus offense cards. Even better than like on knife builds in my opinion. The idea is for 3 mana, you deal some damage. It's not like really relevant, it's just nice to have sometimes. But the main point is that you apply a debuff to the enemy, where whenever it takes attack damage, you just gain block. Or when upgraded, it's 4 block rather than 3. It does exile itself. The important part is the debuff, and if this didn't exile itself, you could often just have absolutely no defense cards, and just if you cycle this, like you play this twice on the same enemy, you're just blocking more with your attacks than your defense cards. Yeah, the thing about this that I like so much with the knives is that knives activate this. Like if you discard the knife, if it exiles, like if it activates by leaving your hand, and the knife hits the target of the decree, it's still going to like proc it, so you're still gonna get the block, which means that very often you're getting a lot of free block. So yeah, since we can find Trick Bullets more easily, what with it being common, I'm more tempted like to go for the Room Clean or the Tengu's Decree. And I generally like having sources of upgrades early on, so I think in this case I'm gonna be prioritizing Room Cleaning. These are both very good cards, I would love to pick them both up. And specifically for like the elites, I think the Tengu's Decree might actually be slightly better. But Rune Cleaning giving us like so many upgrades, this is going to be a great source of constant power through the fights. And just picking it up now means that we don't have to worry about finding in-combat upgrades later on. So yeah, gonna go ahead and just pick this up. And we get to our elite, which is Ring in this case. So against Ring, like we really want to burst her down in 2 turns if we can, and if not, try and have a big block turn on turn 2, so that we can survive the explosions and all the attacks, because sometimes you get lucky and only 2 of the spirits are attacking, but very often like, all 3 of them are attacking, and then Ring is detonating one of them, dealing like a ton of damage on that turn. We have in our deck because we have like only 3 attack cards left, but these attack cards are 2 of these are stronger attacks with the knife and the bouncing knives, and we do have Private Vision here, which blocks like the Grace just works on detonations or fully blocks like any of the attacks from the spirits, so that's not too bad. However, one thing I think I want to do here is just go ahead and do the Killing Doll now here, because that's going to give me knives in the hand that I want to discard to the rune cleaning. Have a lot of our upgrades early on, just maybe that helps us throughout the fight. So I'm gonna go ahead and just, because I know 100% I came here with the idea that I'd had to use the spell card no matter what, so I'd rather just do it now and maybe get a big benefit off of the rune cleaning. And if we do get lucky and we draw the bouncing knives, that's going to be a ton of extra damage on Ring here. And just for that reason, I'm going to go ahead and use one of the blue mana on the rune cleaning to make sure that I have double white available if I need to pay for the bouncing knives. Yeah, discard a throwing knife, deal some damage. We didn't draw what I wanted, sadly, but not too big of a deal. So, with misdirection and throwing knife here, would be dealing 30 damage, leaves Ring at 40. If we draw bouncing knives, throwing knife, and a shoot, and we are going to draw 6 of these 8 cards. 7 if one of them is the knife because of the replenish. So I think it's decently likely. So it would be 10 plus 16 plus 5, 31. Which means that the throwing knife dealing 6 later is not actually gonna finish the combat. Which is a shame. And does that mean that I don't do misdirection plus knife here? Not entirely sure, to be honest. The alternative would be just doing Wolfer, throwing the knife, and letting that be enough for now. Just try to kill her in 2 turns rather than the next turn. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just do that then. If I can't burst her down next turn, then I don't think using the misdirection here is necessary. Just gonna go ahead and get rid of the wolf fur, make it more likely that in 2 turns I'll have a better draw that maybe finishes the fight. As sadly predicted, we do get all 3 spirits attacking. We did draw, however, our throwing knife and the bouncing knives, which means that we can get rid of one of the spirits while still spending most of our mana blocking. Since this is going to deal 10 damage, the knives are going to deal 12 on top of that, finishing off one of the spirits, and we're going to be grazing the explosion, and then we'll have 10 block for the other 2 spirits and the ring explosion. We'll be taking 13 plus 16, so that is 29, 19 damage because of the 10 block, which is absolutely like huge, but not much else we can do here. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do bouncing knives first, so I can get rid of the spirit I want by making this have the lowest HP and making it so the knives prioritize it. And since now the knives are going to prioritize this, I'll go ahead, Private Vision on the throwing knife, goes back into our deck, and just change for gold for as much block as I can. End the turn, throwing knife, South Strong Hand, That's one of the spirits. We craze the explosion. And we're gonna be taking 19 damage. And hopefully that will be it. But might be taking a little bit more. Yeah, 22 damage here. We did draw a lot of our upgraded blocks. Yeah, this is 22 damage. Double danger for Toll here is actually good enough to block everything. Yeah, I think we can just go ahead and do that. Shoot possibly a ring. The knife is going to hit the spirit no matter what. Not really sure what to go for here. I'm definitely full blocking, so that's just happening. Because I am pretty sure I can finish the fight now without taking any extra damage. And if I'm full blocking, it's either like make sure the spirit dies next turn, or try and go for ring and waste a bit of the knife damage. We're decently likely to draw the private vision next turn to dodge the explosion, so I don't actually mind going ahead and dealing damage to the spirit. Maybe next turn we just get rid of it, raise the explosion, hit ring as hard as we can, and then we have like this turn she's gonna summon, and then next turn she's gonna attempt to spell card. So maybe we can just finish off the combat while she's trying to do that. Let's go ahead. Room cleaning here, discarding the knife. Upgrade our hand. Just be careful here, because if I do private vision now, discarding the knife, well, first the effects happen in order. I discard a card, I discard throwing knife, Wind leaves my hand by discarding, deals 10 damage to the spirit, and it explodes, dealing damage to me before I gain the grace. So yeah, be very careful about that. Just gonna go ahead and do private vision here, discarding something else rather than the knife, and just bouncing knives on ring, paying 1 to use the knife rather than let it just exile. This like 6 extra damage. Like when and shooting is 8 damage, so it's better to just go ahead and shoot ring here. It's sadly going to be like a bit wasted regardless, because the throwing knife is going to go to the red spirit, but whatever. But yeah, we graze the explosion. This is 12 more damage, 14 actually, because she has the lock on, like I mentioned at the start of the run. And at 21 HP should be very easy to finish her off. Yeah, bouncing knives here. And we did take quite a bit of damage, 19 from the turn 2. But thankfully, the early upgrades that we got from doing the turn 1 rune cleaning actually allowed us to take no damage on turn 3. And we just finished the fight on turn 5 here, after having a pretty normal turn 4. I guess if I wanted to, I could have stalled a bit, let her resummon her spirits and gotten a bit more power for the spell card. But unless I'm doing like stalling specifically just for certain cards so I can get those effects, I don't generally like to extend the encounters to farm resources, because it feels a bit cheesy, like unless it's something like very specific. Because technically, if I had enough enough blocking, grazing, and card draw stuff, I could just stay here and farm the spirits until I noticed that I couldn't survive the explosions, and then I just finish off rain to finish the fight. But while it is like a strategy, and you can go ahead and use that if you want to, there's no shame in just using the tools the king has provided to you. It feels a bit cheesy to me, so I generally prefer not to do it. Regardless, we get some money, we get a very good rare relic, sort of Fizo. So yeah, we have already started high rolling quite hard, so rare relic, pick like rare exhibit on picked cap into a rare sort of Fizo. Every turn we're going to deal 5 damage to every enemy. This is extremely good in Act 1, and it's just nice to have for the entire run, honestly. But in Act 1, this is going to like pretty much cover our needs for AoE damage almost on its own. Plus, against enemies like the Kidamas, it's not attack damage, so it doesn't trigger the block. It ignores Grace. It's just very, very good to have early, like in general, but even better early on. So yeah. As for cards, Tea Brewing, Side of Distant Blade, Stone Stacking. So I do like card draw in this kind of deck. Tea Brewing is pretty nice. Once you play it the first time, it's only gonna cost you 1 energy. When you upgrade it, it's like 2 mana, draw 4 at the start. But after the first time, which you also gain for life, like sustain on Sakuya is very nice. It doesn't have a lot of ways to heal. But yeah, once you play it the first time, you just get to play 1 blue, pay 1 blue to draw 4 cards, which is very nice. However, stone stacking this early is like really, really good in my opinion. This just offers you a massive amount of block later on. Sorry about that, yet another interruption. Hopefully that will be the last of them. But yeah, as I was mentioning, stone stacking early on, just start stacking it now, offers you like a massive blocking solution for many of the harder enemies later on. Like, at first, this is like a half decent block card. First time you play it is just 2 more block than a basic defend. That doesn't really like take up much space in your deck since it exiles. And later on, this can just be like, on the turn you play this, you basically take no damage. You just get to have a kind of free-ish turn for 2 mana. So yeah, this early on, I'm definitely gonna be picking up the stone stacking. Plus, tea brewing is common, so it's very likely that we'll end up finding more. So yeah, stone stacking into the deck. Very happy about our current setup with 2 insanely good exhibits. Rune cleaning for our upgrades, stone stacking, and a decent card in Private Vision. So for bosses, generally I tend to dislike fighting Marisa because she does put like a lot of cards into your deck, like statuses, the Boom Boom Mars newspaper, Starlight, stuff like that. So it's generally like rather rough, and our deck might actually be able to take it like with the rune cleaning. We're gonna be cycling and upgrading our cards, so they're gonna be more efficient even if we draw some junk. Like maybe 2 defense are like good enough on a turn where we'd normally need 3 because they are upgraded, stuff like that. However, I don't really have like any scaling or something that kind of guarantees me that I'll win the fight if I go in with enough HP on the long run. So I'd rather just not have the risk of facing Marisa. Plus, since we're going to be going to the shop right now, we don't actually need to have spell card here. So picking up random is like not a necessity. In which case we have either Reimu or Chirno. And since we have the Sword of Izo here, I don't mind fighting against Reimu at all, because these summons are going to be getting chipped quite fast. So yeah, gonna go ahead and just pick Reimu here. But Chirno is also an option if you don't have anything that can deal with the AoE issue. So we are kinda hurt, a bit above half HP. We could go to the event or the enemy, doesn't really make a huge difference. We don't have like amazing cards yet. I'm happy about what I have, but we didn't like have a lot of consistent damage output or anything like that. So kinda tempted to just go for more combats or get some stronger cards. However, the shop can be where we find that stuff, so might not really be necessary. If we come to go to the gap here, we're gonna have an event. So it's only gonna be like one combat once we get us Raisin Supply here before the Elite, and we're gonna have a gap to heal if we need to. So I don't mind just taking 2 combats right now and going to the shop with a bit more guaranteed cash. Because like the event could be an event that gives us money, but since we have a lot of money right now, it could also be what's widely considered the worst event in the game, which is the Yorigami sisters, like Yun and Xiong, the gods of misfortune and greed. I can't remember what Yun is the goddess of, but yeah. I'd really like to avoid that, because they're gonna basically either force us to pay for a pretty bad card or just take away our money so we don't put any junk into our deck. So yeah, I'd rather just do both combats, guarantee that I get to the shop with a decent amount of money, not get the awful event here, and just move on. So let's go to the fight. Two spirits plus the Sick Girl might be rather rough. One issue we might have with the Sword of Izu is, since it takes effect at the start of the turn, if we leave one of these spirits on less than 5 HP at the start of our turn, it's gonna proc, it's gonna kill one of the spirits. We're not gonna have any defense set up, because our turn will have started technically, so things like block and grace will be gone. And we won't have any time to get more before the spirits actually explode. So yeah, we definitely want to take care of the spirits in our turn if we can. So let's just keep that in mind. So 6, 8, 6. This is basically blocking for 6 because it's gonna block the top spirit attack, which is more efficient than the boundary. And now we have to block 15 steel, so just danger foretold, boundary. Next turn we're probably gonna be able to like take care of one of the spirits, maybe both, and hopefully they won't all be attacking, so we won't have to fully block. But yeah, with the knife and the Sword of Izu, top spirits like almost definitely going to die. And none of them is attacking, so we actually get to just go ahead and block the spirit's damage just fine. Gonna leave the Wolfer for when the spirits are gone, which means that I really don't want to attack the Sick Girl, because in like 4 turns the Sword of Izu will kill her on its own. But yeah, just since I want to do Danger Foretold plus Misdirection here. Yeah, since I want to do that, I would have 1 mana left over, so I'm just going to go ahead and do Room Cleaning now to maybe upgrade one of my cards. I'd like to upgrade my defenses if possible, and the attacks I'm going to use here are... The attack I'm going to use here is Misdirection, so yeah, gonna discard the shoot, so it's either one of the defenses or maybe Misdirection, which would be unfortunate, but I do want to play it after the Danger Foretold, so I can block the Spirit's Explosion. It is the Misdirection, which is unfortunate, but not a big deal. And yeah, we take out the Spirit. Don't want to leave it on low HP, remember, because we won't be able to block the Explosion. That happens when the Sword of Izu finishes it off. We do have enough block here. This is 15 plus 4 against, so 19 against 18 damage. Next turn, we'll be able to finish off the Spirit and hopefully block the Explosion plus the Sick Girl. We do have like double Danger Foretold and Private Vision, so hopefully not gonna be an issue. And we get our first Stone Stacking. Okay, and now I think I'm not going to attack at all. because if I attack the spirit, the knife is going to go on the sick girl, and that means the Sword of Izo will finish off the combat. And what I want is to wait a little bit, maybe get back to the Wolfer if I can. So yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and Private Vision here. This grace will grace the explosion from the spirit when it dies, and then I just need 10 block for the sick girl, which I get off of this. Knife finishes the spirit as mentioned, and we'll get out of here without taking any more damage, and hopefully having, yep, exile the Wolfer from our deck entirely. And just finish off the fight. Very happy. Cards, Trouble Preparation, Private Vision, Water Blanket. Don't really have like that much need for like new discard outlets without any card draw. Like, I already have 2 cards that discard, so without card draw, well, this isn't like amazing or anything. However, Trouble Preparation here for 1 blue, draw 2, discard 2, gain an energy. This is a very solid card that has decent synergy with knives, has decent card selection, and later on can be discard synergy with the cards that when discarded or banished give you card draw or energy. So would be very happy taking this. Then we have Water Blanket as an option as well. Gain 11 block, draw 2 cards. Not a bad card, honestly. Quite defensive. But we already have like Stone Stack and Private Vision for defensive cards. The Trouble Preparation isn't exactly aggressive, but the card selection should allow us to get to our damage cards faster. Plus, lets us have like more selection when we like choose our cards better. When we do Rune Clean to upgrade everything in our hand, lets us find the knives more consistently. It's, in general, like good card, and since it gives us back the energy, it's technically free, but obviously you're gonna be losing colors because it costs blue and you gain colorless, and even when upgraded, just 1 more draw, 1 more discard. But we can often just use that colorless on our knives if necessary. So plus the upgraded big cards take either color of mana, so with the Rune Cleaning we'll be able to like use these as well. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and pick up Trouble Preparation here. Generally like the card, and we're gonna be taking the top path that has the shop as mentioned. The Sword of Izo should be very good on this encounter, help us a lot. Getting rid of the orbs. I'm not sure, is this... You know, sadly, it's not just outright lethal. If I were to do Throwing Knife here, it would have 5 HP left. The card I wanna play right now is blue, otherwise I do Trouble Preparation. Like, maybe if Trouble Preparation found the other Throwing Knife, we could actually... Yeah, if Trouble Preparation found the other knife, we could just go ahead and do Misdirection here, and the 2 knives would deal 12 damage, finishing off the red Jinjang Orb. But if I don't find it, I am going to be taking damage for no reason. So I'm just... because I wouldn't be able to block unless I found Foundries. So yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and guarantee that I won't be taking any damage here. Take the Grace to not take any damage from his attack. And just use the shoot because I have energy left for it. That is one of the reasons to use the Private Vision there rather than just the 10 block. Lets me deal damage with the shoot. So drew full defense. The shoot wouldn't really advance the combat at all, while just full blocking here means the Sword of Izo gets basically every turn. Yeah, just gonna go ahead and full block, 25 block for 22 damage. Next turn, this is gonna have 10 HP only because the barrier gets hit by the sword, and it should be just extremely easy to finish it off. In fact, I can go ahead and just misdirection here. But before that, I do that actually. Kind of wanted to rune clean to upgrade, but even if I do that, the misdirection is not like going to kill it any more or any less. So yeah. I do want to save up white mana to do it though, so do this rather than spending 2 white, which lets me go ahead and spend 1 white on room cleaning for the knife, upgrade my hand, and now stone stacking is going to increase the block by 3 rather than 2. Because that is actually the only difference with the upgrade, by the way. This stacks higher. Yeah, that puts us at 17 block on the stone stacking, which is starting to be like incredibly solid. And now we get to just finish the combat. Travel preparation, discarding the 2 knives, and I would have enough mana to do like throwing knife plus shoot, but like we have way more than enough damage to just finish this. Yeah, that was a pretty free fight, took no damage at all. Sword of Izu helped like shorting it quite a bit. So we have here Propelling Silver, Knife of Damocles, and Rapid Landing. Rapid Landing is a solid generic attack, gives us card selection, gives us scrying. The upgrade is not amazing, just a little bit of extra damage, scry 1 more card. I'd say the base form is kind of comparable to the attack we saw earlier, like Knife Trick, I think it was called, the one that dealt damage through a card and gave us a knife. And Trick Bullet, and yeah, but the upgrade in this is like mediocre, while the Trick Bullet upgrade was absolutely incredible. Plus, no, plus nothing. I was going to say something, but what I was about to say was wrong. Then we have Knife of Damocles here. Apply 2 vulnerable for 2 mana, add 1 throwing knife to the draw and discard piles. If upgraded, it's 3 vulnerable and 2 knives to each pile. It's like a nice card. The vulnerable does apply to the knives when they leave hand without being played, so that is quite nice. And having this many knives makes it very easy to enable the rune cleaning and our discard synergies. So wouldn't be unhappy at all about taking this. However, it does have no immediate impact in that like you apply vulnerable, but you're not actually like dealing any damage or blocking attacks with it. So this is definitely like better long term than short term. And then we have Propelling Silver, which is Sakuya's X cost attack. For white and X, you deal 7 damage for each mana spent, including the mandatory white for reference. So this is like basically you can attack for 7 for each point of mana you have, and leftover attacks do target like a different enemy if you overkill your target. So this can kinda work as AoE in a pinch. And when upgraded, you deal 9 damage rather than 7. The biggest reason why I tend to like these simple X cost cards is because they have like huge card efficiency, even if they're only like slightly better than the basics. Like rather than playing 5 shoots, it's better to just spend 5 mana on Propelling Silver, and it only takes me 1 card. However, we do have a lot of extra card draw of the knives, travel preparation, like we're going to be getting more eventually, and we have the picked cap, so I actually don't feel the need to grab Propelling Silver this time. And with the extra card draw, in fact, I think the Knife of Damocles is going to be very useful. Would help us against the elites as well, and even the boss. So yeah, gonna go ahead and pick this up. And we get to our shop. Almost 300 coins. Pretty happy. So starting with the relics, Butter Robot is okay. I don't generally drink tea a lot at gaps, so like not really gonna use this much. Wolf Tengu's shield is like decent as well, but also not amazing. One good thing about it is that generally Sakuya doesn't have a lot of access to firepower, so this is a rare opportunity to get some. But the issue with that is that often we're gonna have our defense come from skills rather than actual defense cards, like for example private fishing. We do have like stone stacking and obviously the basics, but generally not like super hyped to play defensive cards immediately on Sakuya. Because we do have like a lot of cycling we tend to like to do. Like before I play my defense cards, I'm often going to be drawing and discarding. I'll probably discard knives off of this, which will waste part of the firepower. So a rare opportunity to access something that we don't generally have on the character, but it's not like a good source of it for this character, I think. And then Sutra of Dramatic Power, whenever you activate the spell card, you just gain 3 Philosopher's Mana, which is like nice, but not like super huge. As for the tools, floppy disk upgrades each hardening hand until the end of combat. It's like not bad, plus it is innate, so could be a lot of help early on. However, we already have like one source of consistent upgrades, which makes me want it a bit less. And the flashlight, apply 3 week, is actually like pretty nice. Could be very helpful for the elite and for Reimu. However, Reimu does have her amulet, and our only way to remove it right now would be the Knife of Damocles. So we would have to draw this before we draw the tool in order to weaken Reimu, and I do not like that risk at all. So I'm going to not pick up any tools in here, I'm pretty sure. For card service, I generally prefer removing cards on cycling builds rather than upgrading, plus the rune cleaning is already doing a lot of heavy lifting for our upgrades right now. So yeah, even just removing our wars cards means that the upgrades from rune cleaning go to our bear cards. So yeah, gonna go ahead and just likely remove a card here. As for the shop, I mean the cards, we have quite a few cards I might be interested in. Touhou Fetal Movement, gain a block, draw 4 for 2 mana, and you discard any cards drawn that cost more than 1. This is generally used with knives, because like you draw a bunch of cards, the knives replenish when you draw them, and then you just discard the knives. So you've gotten to draw extra cards that ignore the restriction, because they've been drawn off of the throwing knife rather than the Touhou movement, and you've just gotten basically a bit of block, a bit of card draw, and extra damage from the knives off of it. So this could be quite nice. Plus it has synergy with cards like the Knife of Damocles that put our knives on the draw pile rather than in our hand. Side of Distant Blade is like could be okay because we do cycle quite a bit, but not like super interested on it. Just a decent high damage attack that cycles, but we have better options, I think. Danmaku Deflection, 0 mana gain 6 block. If we had slightly more card draw, I would probably go for it. I don't believe we have enough yet to justify it, and it's not like we have any sources of spirits that we could use to power it up. If I did end up buying the Wolf Tangus Shield, it could be an okay card, just play it as soon as I have it. I'll get the firepower for the rest of the turn, and I have my eyes on other cards. Then Time Stop Detective, we don't have any extra turns, this isn't upgraded, not interested in the card under those conditions. 3 Lock-on is nice, but not for 2 mana without any way to like make the card more usable. On the other hand, we have 4 cards here that I like quite a bit. Sakuya Special Watch is what I like to call pseudo AoE, which is not like an actual AoE card. It's a single target damage. However, it does allow you to focus down individual targets in combats against multiple targets and not suffer because of it, since you'll be getting an extra turn anyway. Like, even if you spend your entire turn killing an enemy, the others are not going to be able to attack you when you're not blocking, because you're going to go to the extra turn and you can block on your extra turn. Sure Gamble is the card that retains, generates energy. The upgrade makes it only cost 3, which is very nice. And since it retains, we're often going to be able to upgrade it off of the rune cleaning before playing it. So very likely to buy this one. Purify the land. Initially, exile up to 3 cards from the hand, gain 6 power, and then it exiles itself for 1 white. As is, it can be nice if you draw it on the same turn as one of your curses, or if you draw it on your starting turn, so you get to just exile the Long Night later on. But it's not like amazing or anything. However, when upgraded, you get to exile from hand, draw pile, or discard pile, which means you actually get to thin out your deck quite a bit. So yeah, this can compensate for like not removing, like if you don't get to remove a lot of cards, but you purify the land, is kind of like you removed 3 cards, and gives us a little bit of power, which isn't like super relevant, but it is nice. Finally, it's the resort dance here. At the start of Sakuya's turn, add 1 throwing knife to the hand, or 2 white, which is okay, but not like spectacular or anything like even close to that. However, the upgrade is huge, costs 1 less mana, and also gives you a 1 throwing knife immediately. So yeah, the upgrade is actually like a lot more important, like a lot more powerful, I mean. So yeah, I like all 4 of these. However, 293 means that I can only get 3 of these, and then I'll be able to either remove or upgrade, since I'm gonna have exactly 50, assuming I get like these 3 for the sure gamble. So our priorities right now are probably like, I think would be the Special Watch, Purify, and Sword Dance. The Special Watch has synergy with our Sword of Izo, gonna make our hallway combats and like just enemies with summons much easier to fight, which means that this also makes the Sword Dance better, because we're going to be getting the extra knife on our extra turn, so that is a little bit more like free damage. These have mana costs that mean that we can play them together even like right now without any updates or anything like that. And then if we do want to like upgrade a card rather than remove, Purify the Land can compensate for that. Ironically though, if I do buy these 3, I think I'd want to just upgrade Purify the Land, so wouldn't change that much in that regard. But if I do buy this upgraded, I can exile up to 3 cards, which kind of thins my deck in the same amount that I'm increasing its size right now by buying 3 cards. And the Sword Dance plus the Sword of Izo gives us a lot of chip damage. That means that we should be able to take down Reimu before she just scales out of control with firepower and kills us. So yeah, I think I'm happy to just make these 3 my upgrades and move on to the next node. And yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do that in fact. It's a shame that we don't get to the sure gamble, but we don't have like an immense amount of card draw, so the extra energy isn't going to be like super incredible or anything. Our card draw is mostly right now the picked cup, and technically like you could consider card draw the trouble preparation, the rune cleaning, because you're often going to be discarding knives, which when we draw them again are going to draw extra cards themselves, so that doesn't change that much in that regard. But we don't have like a lot of actual card advantage card draw. Like cards that draw, like that make us end up with more cards in hand. So I'm fine with not picking up the Sure Gamble right now and just focusing on the other cards. Yeah, let's go ahead, buy these 3, end up with 50 points exactly, and upgrade the Purify the Land so we can make much better use of it throughout our combats. And go to our next combat. So, for the doll and the rabbit, if you can, I have mentioned before, you generally like getting the rabbit trickster first, because that means that you don't have to worry about her running away or her debuffs screwing you up. Plus, if you get the doll first and you take a while to finish the rabbit, the poison death from the doll is going to do a lot of damage to you, which can be very painful. However, we don't really have an option to do so often, because the doll is going to be hitting quite hard on turn 1, then doing her ungrazable attack that applies poison onto, and we do kinda have to get rid of the enemy that's actually hurting us. So that tends to be the issue with focusing on the rabbit. In our case though, the Sword of Izo is going to be dealing like damage to both of them. So by the end of the combat, we'll only have to deal about 30 to 40 damage to each of them ourselves. Which means that it should be quite a bit easier to just get rid of the Trickster. And since the combat going long benefits us thanks to this, I do think I prefer playing defensively right now. So I'm absolutely going to just go ahead and full block here with Danger Foretold and Boundary, and spend the last 5 mana, since again I don't really need to go super aggressive right now. I'm gonna go ahead and just Purify the Land, make my future draws better. So yeah, I'd rather just remove at least 2 cards from here, and then maybe the third, although I might just go for the Eviction Order instead. Yeah, next turn we are going to be attacked with an attack that we can't grace. So I think what I'd like to do is actually just go ahead and get rid of the Private Vision. And since we want to focus on not taking damage from that, letting the Sword of Izo do its thing, and then eventually, like, probably like, finish off the rabbit with Sakuya Special Watch if we can, just so we can kill the rabbit by using a lot of our damage, and then having the full turn, like mostly to burst it quickly is what I mean, and then we'll have a full turn for the doll. So I'd actually just rather again get my defenses in order. So gonna remove the should, and this should is in our starting hand, but these misdirections are on the draw pile. So let's go ahead and get rid of one of them. And yeah, that means we can very likely just full block the Doll of Nerium. And once we draw our Special Watch, we'll just go ahead and try to verse the Trickster. Which hopefully won't be now, because I don't think we have enough damage. And I am going to go ahead and run cleaning on the throwing knife to upgrade my entire hand. It was now, sadly. And yeah, I'm not going to be able to play it right now. It is like a lot of damage, 24 thanks to the upgrade, and it's accurate. But sadly not going to be able to use it to its full effect here. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is just Stone Stacking. Full block, keep stacking the card, make it stronger, already up to 20 block. And rather than misdirection here, I think it's best if we just start setting up our extra knives, so we can burst the enemies down, if not next turn, then the turn after. Yeah, probably, hopefully next turn, because I'm pretty sure we're going to be getting the Spirit Down debuff from the Rabbit Trickster, so blocking is going to be quite hard. So yeah, let's go ahead and do this. It'll also give us like some discard fodder for trouble preparation, which we're going to be very likely to want to cast in order to find our special watch again. Okay, so we don't have to worry about attacks this turn. Oh, and since we were at the shop and we had no money, the Rabbit Trickster is actually going to try and run away extremely quickly. And so what we can do here, actually, is go ahead and make it vulnerable. I do want to keep 2 white because I'm relatively likely to do bouncing knives after. So let's go ahead and do it like this. Although, because the thing is, I do want to do the special watch if I can. So I'm actually just gonna go ahead and do the preparation first, so I know exactly what I have available in hand. Might be a small issue because if I discard the throwing knives, they are going to go for the doll right now because the trickster is quite high on HP. But I'd rather just have all my resources available before I decide what to do in this case. And I don't get the card I wanted regardless. So, since I want to focus down the rabbit now, I don't actually need to discard the knives now. I can just let them exile at the end of turn. So I'm gonna go ahead and discard 2 unrelated cards. Use the energy here for Knife of Damocles. Make the rabbit vulnerable. And just bouncing knives will put it below the doll. So the knives will focus on it. And we'll be getting rid of the rabbit before it runs away. And the knives as a reward. And the doll has 21 HP, which we should be able to easily take down next turn. Just easily do the watch, just for the damage. The extra turn doesn't matter because the fight is over. So Deja Vu, Changeling Magic, Pagoda's Glare. The Glare is something that I like to take often early on because it's a decent AoE attack. Like, not like efficient. This is 3 mana for 15 damage, which is literally on par with the basics. But it does upgrade cards in your hand, so it helps you like get stronger throughout the fight. When upgraded, slightly more damage and upgrades 3 cards. But we already have our room cleaning, and again, the card is like not super efficient. Plus, for our AoE, we do have the Sword of Izo, and the, as I mentioned, pseudo AoE of having the special watch available. So it will likely be either Deja Vu or Changeling Magic. And not only is Changeling Magic uncommon, so we're less likely to find it later if we pick the Deja Vu than the other way around. But also I do think Changeling Magic is one of Sakuya's better cards for deck thinning. The upgrade is also like quite nuts. For 0 mana, you get to do Changeling Magic with Echo, and what that card does is exiles 2 cards in hand and gives you that many throwing knives in exchange, and then exiles itself. So even in the worst case, like if you exile 2 cards but you don't have like more cards that you want to exile, which we are likely to have thanks to the peaked cap, you can just exile, like the Echo can just target the 2 knives you just created, and at the very least it will be just 4 knives for 0 mana, so you're getting 24 damage off of a 0 mana card once upgraded. Deja Vu, on the other hand, is a decent card with 4 knife synergies. You spend 1 white, you put the knife back into the deck, then you draw a card, which is the knife that you just put on top, and the replenish draws you an extra card. So you're basically paying 1 white to gain 1 colorless, drawing 1 card, and dealing the knife damage. So it would be a good pick here if we didn't have the better option. But in this case, I am going to go for Changeling Magic. Deja Vu and Trouble Preparation, by the way, are like also the 2 cards that I tend to use along with Z Ricochet, which is if you've discarded a card this turn, it gives you like 3 rainbow mana, and it costs blue and 2 colorless, and it deals 20 damage. The idea being, like, if you are drawing and discarding, putting the knife back into your deck and drawing more cards, but this doesn't cost you amount of mana, but your colors are slowly turning into colorless mana. The other card allows you to turn them back into rainbow mana while also dealing damage for free. So that is one of the ways that you can go infiniting a deck like this, or at the very least just like chain a lot of discard and draw that doesn't cost you mana. So yeah, that is also an option. However, it's just changeling magic here for me, and being kinda hurt this time, I do want to go to a gap just in case I need to heal, and the other 3 paths have a shop, which I'm very uninterested in since I just spent all of my money. So yeah, this is going to Raisin, Event, Enemy, Gap, Elite, Gap, and Reimu for my final path. As usual, for Raisin, doesn't matter what she offers us, would be Wooden Fish, nice sustain option for bosses, but not like amazing either, but again doesn't matter because we have to take the high-tech glasses just so we can go to the Act 4 after finishing the question. And yeah, we're kinda hurt. We don't have any synergies that could remove the lock-on or anything like that right now, and generally I don't like the idle t-shirt because even if it's early on, like getting a decent chunk of maximum life definitely helps, but isn't like huge, because when you lose fights, you're generally taking huge chunks of damage, so the extra max HP isn't massive. It does mean like you can basically break more often without losing, but the thing is, the 3 lock-on just completely ruins your early game. You can just get hit on turn 1 by like 2 enemies that both multi-attack. Suddenly you're taking 12 more damage. Just no amount of max HP compensates for how risky this is when you don't have anything to block it. If you had, let's say, the Hakiri Amulet exhibit that gives you like 1 amulet at the start of each combat, it does negate the lock-on, and that means that you just get the... You do lose your amulet, but you get 3 maximum HP every combat, and in that case it could actually be quite good. But for our situation, this would be suicidal to take, so we just ignore Hekashia, move on, go to our combat, and we get the butts. So we do get our stone stacking here to a full block turn 1, which is very nice. And we will have 2 mana available. I could have just been careful if I wanted to play the Starry Sword Dance, but my intention was to play Purify the Land regardless, because I didn't want to play the Misdirections since they have Grace and it's rather inefficient. And if I play the Purify here, we're more likely to draw the cards we want, which would likely be like, if we can get Room Cleaning plus Special Watch and the Knife, so the Room Cleaning upgrades the entire hand, that's basically gonna be the fight over, because the Sword of Izo is going to put them all below 20, like at or below 24, which means we can get the accurate Special Watch to get the extra turn guaranteed and just finish the fight very easily. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and Purify the Land, get rid of the Eviction Order. The Knife of Damocles is like a more long-term thing, so it's not really going to help on our next turn, so I think I'm going to go ahead and remove this, because the fight will be likely quite short. And I don't have any other misdirections left in the deck, but they should do help with removing the Grace. So I think the last card I'm gonna go ahead and remove for this combat is just Boundary. So I'm more likely to either draw the cards I want or the big defense rather than the small ones. Thankfully, only 2 of them are attacking, rather than all 3, which does sometimes happen. I'm gonna go ahead and look for my... I do have Knife and Special Watch. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is Trial Preparation, try to look for the room cleaning. We don't get it, sadly. We're very likely to be able to do the Special Watch here, though. So if I discard the Knife now, and then I shoot the enemy that gets hit by the Knife, which is going to be one of these 2, because they have less HP than the one on the back. Either enemy is going to have 18 HP left, which is good enough for the Special Watch. So just Knife and any card, doesn't really matter. Goes to the top one, so we go ahead and shoot. Gonna go ahead and just Changeling Magic here for the extra knives. At this point, it doesn't really matter what I exile, so, since I just wanna finish the fight soon, and I'm pretty sure I can just burst the enemies down. I'm just gonna exile the defense, but it's rather unlikely to matter. So yeah, Special Watch, kill the bat, get an extra turn, bring this one down to a 17, then 5 from the sword. It's going to leave it almost dead. Room cleaning to upgrade the hand. Sturdy Sword Dance has a Knife to our hand that when this card is just going to finish the bat off. So I can just go ahead and actually I was going to say I could go ahead and drop all my damage on this one, but if I do this, the Knife is actually going to prioritize this one because it's going to have 5 HP left. Yeah, I guess I'll just go ahead and misdirection here. That way, at least the 6 damage from the Knife is going to go to the bat that remains alive. And pretty much no possible draw where we don't finish the fight now. So yeah, Sword plus Special Watch just showing off how good they are against these AoE encounters, like multi-enemy encounters. So, Time Domination, playing with water, and Dangerous Illusionist. Not interested in Time Domination at all. Would be like 3 mana for 8 Time Pulse, which deals 8 damage on the turn we play it, and just slowly gets worse. We have the Sword of Hizo already doing a Time Pulse impression, so not interested. However, Dangerous Illusionist is actually a quite good Time Pulse activator for our deck. In my opinion, Dangerous Illusionist is a card that I love to hate, because I think it's one of the best abilities for knife decks, and it makes me slightly mad that one of your best ways to make your knives better is by ignoring the knives and just stacking more Time Pulse, which Sakuya V already focuses somewhat on. So yeah. But speaking seriously though, it's a very good scaling card that works well with things like the Sturdy Sword Dance. Gives us even more AoE, which has synergies with our Special Watch as well, with the extra turn. However, Playing with Water is actually a card that we kind of like. It's more draw discard, and it is like an actual card advantage draw card. If we had actual synergies with the discard stuff at this point, other than knives, I think I would be picking Play with Water. But Dangerous Illusionist here just pretty much guarantees that we're going to beat Reimu. In the end, if we just heal, like worst case, we just heal at the gap before Reimu, and this just almost guarantees the win. So I'm gonna go ahead and just pick it up. We do want to upgrade it because the Time Pulse we get from each knife literally doubles. And half HP is good enough for the elites, I'm pretty sure. So I'm just gonna go ahead and upgrade. With any luck, we can just, like if we don't take any damage at the elite, I'm pretty sure I'm going to go to Reimu without healing, just upgrade again on the pre-boss gap. So yeah, the thing is, since room cleaning generally is more likely to upgrade cards that we can see several times in our deck, the abilities we generally prefer having upgraded before combat, that way, or the exile cards as well. That way we can be sure that we can just use them as soon as we find them. We don't have to worry about upgrading them with stuff like Room Clean and stuff. So I would upgrade either the Illusionist or the Starry Dance here. I'm tempted to just go ahead with Starry Dance because it does make it a lot more efficient. While the Illusionist just gets stronger. This just makes it much easier to play. Yeah, not really sure which one to go for. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and make sure that I can play the Sword Dance pretty much whenever I find it. Upgrade this now. Not have to worry about it later. And for our elite, we find the Fairies of Light. So ideally, we would have found the Special Watch immediately. Sadly, did not happen. Because if we did, we could have just gone spell card on one of them, Special Watch, take the extra turn, and had a much easier time. Seeing our turn right now, the knives are going to go to a random target initially. I'm not super bothered by the defensive spell card Luna's going to use. I think I'm more bothered by Sunny possibly making me break and just take huge amounts of damage if I have a bad turn. So I'm likely to want to focus her. However, maybe I just kill Star just so I don't take the damage here. Not really sure. Because thanks to the sword, the spell card actually just leaves her at 4 HP. And then we have the Changeling Magic or the Rune Cleaning to finish it off. So I can actually just go ahead and spellcard this, full block, not have to worry. And it does give me the knives I need, so I can discard the Rune Cleaning without issues. I'm just gonna go ahead and kill Sunny here. Then I can go ahead and Room Cleaning. Do I just purify the land first? So if I do Room Cleaning, I'm gonna have 3 mana left, which I want to spend on the Danger Foretold and the Boundary to full block Star. So I guess I'm actually not gonna purify the land like in the first place. So yeah, let's just go ahead and Room Cleaning now. Even with the upgrade, this doesn't block fully without the boundary. Okay, let's just go ahead with this. And considering the fight, like we are already getting rid of Sunny, and one of these is going to get hurt quite a bit by the knives from the Changeling Magic, I think I'm gonna go ahead and exile the Dangerous Illusionist with it. We're unlikely to use it in this fight. Just Danger Foretold, Boundary, and just I don't wanna see the card again, because again, if I go for short term, the Purify the Land doesn't really work. This is more for long term, and on turn 1 I would have been fine doing it, but since the cards we wanted to play this turn didn't really allow it, I'm just gonna go ahead and exile both of these. And since I do want to keep the upgrade and misdirection, which will let me finish the fight a little bit faster thanks to the 14 damage, I'm gonna focus on exiling the knives here rather than exiling the misdirection. And now one of these at random is going to take 12 damage. It's Luna. And they're not gonna be like super easy to kill, because Luna's doing her defensive spell card here. 2 Grace, 10 Barrier on each of them. But they're not gonna be doing like a ton of damage either, so it doesn't really worry me. They're just gonna go ahead and Sword Dance here, full block the Luna, and remove one of her Grace stacks with the shoot, because the knives are 100% going to go for her since she has the lowest HP. And next turn we should be able to kill her, or just hopefully full block Star if that's what we need to do. And we can do both in a way. I'm gonna go ahead and trouble preparation, discard the knife to deal damage to Luna. Spend 2 mana. I can spend 2 mana. I can't spend the blue, so I'm gonna go ahead and misdirection. I guess it doesn't matter because she has Grace, regardless. I spend the mana and just special watch on Luna, and we get our extra turn, where we can focus entirely on Star now, or 1v1. Gonna go ahead and roll preparation here, looking for better cards. Ideally, I will find the stone stacking eventually. Just gonna go ahead and I think the rest of my turn is rune cleaning a knife into just full blocking with Dangerful Foretold plus Boundary. So I can just discard the... I'm gonna be discarding... discarding a knife is going to upgrade the other ones, so I don't want to discard the knives now. So you'll just do Boundary and Knife of Damocles. Room cleaning on a knife. And just full block plus some extra damage. The knives leave her at 9, Sword of Hizu leaves her at 4, and any source of damage just kills her. Or we could even just pass the turn, let the sword kill her next turn. And thankfully we did draw our stone stacking, so up to 24 now. Almost enough on its own to block the Reimu spell card, her first one. And we get the relics the exhibits we've gotten are just completely nuts. We pick rare into rare into rare, all 3 of them insanely good. Lunatic Gang, whenever a card is discarded, deal 8 damage to a random enemy. Also, yeah, we have quite a bit of discard. Draw 2, discard 2, discard, draw, discard. So that is actually going to be incredibly good. And now we have a pretty huge prevalence for discard cards if we can find them. So every time we discard, we just get to deal 8 damage for free. Yeah, absolutely huge. Even then, I'm not sure I want the private vision here. Like second private vision doesn't feel necessary. And Entrenched Body I tend to like early on in Act 1, but I think at this point we don't really need to pick it up. Not interested in the Sight of Distant Blades, even less when it's unupgraded. So it's either Private Vision or Skip. And the Lunatic Gun does kinda make me want the Private Vision. But we don't have that much card draw yet, so I'd rather hold on getting more discard outlets. Just maybe we can wait a bit more and just get more discard later. Shouldn't be that unlikely that we get more. And we get here, we took 3 damage. With the Lunatic Gang, I think we have so much damage that Reimu shouldn't be a problem. But maybe I should heal just to be safe, I'm not sure. Also have the stone stack. I think we're fine, honestly. I think we're happy to just upgrade either room cleaning, changeling magic, danger solutionist, trouble preparation. I think danger solution is just the better option here. Just make sure we have it upgraded, and if we get to play it in the combat, just start stacking time pulls really easily. So yeah, slightly risky, but I really don't think with our exhibits and our deck, plus Reimu not attacking on turn 1, we shouldn't have any actual trouble, hopefully. So, gonna go ahead and remove her amulet. Maybe the next Knife of Damocles we draw will actually be able to apply the vulnerable and leave the mana we need to do bouncing knives, since it's our strongest attack after that. So easily just go ahead and stone stacking. We can change Link Magic to get rid of the eviction order and one of the boundaries. Rather unfortunate, actually. We're gonna be taking slight amount of damage, 3 points specifically, because the 24 blocks Reimu fully. I did want to do this with my mana though, because I wanted to make sure I remove the eviction order, and I want to play the sword dance here. So yeah, sadly we're not going to be able to fully block, but we're only taking 3 damage, we're killing the blue orb, so these two are not going to be gaining block for next turn. Reimu's not attacking this turn, so shouldn't have all that many issues. So we do get Danger Solutionist here, and I do want to use it. The issue is we don't actually get to finish off the Jinjang Orb afterwards if I do so. So we would be taking 10 damage. This takes up all of our blue mana, so I wouldn't be able to just do Danger Foretold to defend. That's rather unfortunate. I really don't think I need to be taking that damage to do the Illusionist. I'm not feeling like super happy about upgrading this rather than resting and then not using it as soon as I can. But I think it is the best thing we can do. I don't think we should be taking free damage here. Because with 26, we can definitely tank the first Fantasy Seal with like even the slightest amount of luck. But if we start taking more damage, and Reimu does hit quite hard, we would be hard pressed to defend ourselves. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just do this. Get rid of he's about to hack Ray Barrier again, so like feels kinda pointless to keep the Knife of Damocles. Just gonna go ahead and exile this now. And then I guess I'll just not get rid of... Yeah, I can just get rid of both misdirections. They seem to be my worst attacks. Thanks to the peaked cap, I don't care about card efficiency as much, so I'd rather just have mana efficiency. And these don't have any color restrictions, which I'm struggling a bit with, so yeah, let's just go ahead and do these. And I still have things to spend my mana on, because remember, playing this rather than just letting it exile at the end is plus 10 damage, so just the same as if I'd played the misdirection. And this will die next turn, so we don't have to worry about it hitting us. Okay, so Reimu's gonna be doing the Jinjang Barrier, which means that she's going to seal us, so we won't get to attack next turn. I'm gonna go ahead and just upgrade my hand here. Double preparation just for the free damage. Thanks to all of the discards. Just go ahead and discard the knives so they can stay in our deck. And I guess just whatever random card, doesn't really matter. Yeah, 3 discards, 24 damage. This is just insanely good for us. Then Private Vision gives us all the block we need for a single mana, while dealing 6 damage of the reflection and 8 of the exhibit. So just discard whatever. And spend the rest of my mana on hurting Reimu a bit. Another turn where I don't play the Illusionist 2, which I'm definitely feeling bad about. It is what it is. And we do get to just full block without, well, not full block, we're going to be taking 1 damage though. I'm gonna go ahead and do Prep Vision, because we can play our attacks anyway. So this is like 6 damage plus the discard. And then just go ahead and play my defense. Gonna take 1 damage, because this can be grazed. But not a huge issue. The knives just autoplay themselves. And almost any amount of luck should allow us to survive this here. And we do find some. At this point, is the illusionist even worth it? Because it doesn't feel like it is. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is just trouble preparation. If we draw knives, do we have knives? Yeah, if we draw the knife, we're gonna be overdrawing 1 technically. Not really a huge deal. But this is really just a lot of free damage. Discard all of my knives. Not all of them, because I do want to keep at least 1 for the room cleaning actually. Discard our already upgraded cards, because that way I get to have more upgraded cards from the room cleaning. Yeah, do this on the throwing knife. Even more damage. Upgrade our hand. And now I just get to block almost the entire fantasy seal. And Reimu's rather low, so this should be easy to finish without too many issues. We're certainly not at risk of death, if you ask me honestly. Okay, so +3, we have 8, well, +2 really, and we have 8. Yeah. If we don't, we have quite a few knives though. Yeah, let's just shoot first, I guess. And now this shouldn't overdraw us. It did, because we did draw 2 knives, but not a big deal. Discard the knives. Massive amounts of damage. Like, just doing this as being a, you know, like 6 + 8 × 3 for 42 damage off of a card that didn't really actually cost us mana, just turned it into colorless. And yeah, we can just go ahead and play a couple of attacks and finish the fight. So yeah, we have an insane deck honestly. At this point, just with how strong our deck is, thanks to our exhibits mostly, I'll admit, I'm tempted to just almost not add any new cards if I can help it. Like, my standards are gonna be quite high for adding cards, and I want to prioritize shops, I think, just so I can remove 4 basics and just have a very solid, very powerful deck. For that reason, to prioritize this consistency and power, I do think I want the telescope here. Really not interested in the purification rod, and want to add Reimu's pool to my card pool. This doesn't give me a new color, just already have white, and the effect is like super mediocre. Plus I want to be very efficient with my mana, so I don't want to have it unspent at the end of the turn. Toolbox wouldn't be the worst thing. Don't really like the generic mana, even if I can spend it on the knives. It's looking like I might want to do something, like I mentioned, to transform my generic mana into my colorless mana into the rainbow mana. So I might be focusing on removing cards and just looking for 1 or 2 of those. And the tools like would be nice, but I already have a ton of cards that replenish, so they might cause hand clog rather than help as much. And just the extra blue mana and the astrologies for massive consistency are just a much bigger help in my opinion. So yeah, just gonna go ahead and pick up the telescope. This does mean that I can now get like a lot of the extra turn cards that cost triple blue. Until now I only had 2 blue and I couldn't cast them, and since I couldn't cast them, I couldn't be offered them on the card rewards. Okay, so Dazzling Dash, Frozen Time, Marble Phantasm. Dazzling Dash is a pretty good like offensive card, like as an investment if you're playing your knives. However, we're not really looking to actually play our knives. Maybe if we had like things like when you play cards that exile, you're getting energy back and stuff like that, we could go for it. But as of right now, I'm not really looking to actually play my knives, just discard them and keep using them as fodder for the Lunatic gun. So not super interested in the Dazzling Dash. I just think Frozen Time's mediocre to bad, so not gonna really bother with it. We want to be very efficient with our mana, not just save it for burst turns. I don't really think this works with much of what Sakuya does, honestly. Even upgraded, I don't think I would take it. And then Marble Phantasm, just a way to spend our energy. However, I think we're gonna have like enough card draw and enough ways to spend our energy already thanks to the knives that we don't actually need a mana sink. So this would be the best option here, but I don't really want to take any of the options at all. So gonna have. It's rare that I skip a card in the boss because you just get offered 3 rares. I'm pretty sure like every time, but not interested in those rares, so I'm just gonna go ahead and skip them. And yeah, I think the best way to make our deck stronger right now is card removal actually. So I'm pretty sure I just want to go to a shop in every act and maybe get some events. So that's what I'm just gonna fully focus on that. I don't think I really need like more exhibits or anything. The ones I have are already incredible. And just removing cards means I get to just go ahead and do more travel preparation, discard more cards, get more knives, all that stuff. So yeah, gonna go ahead and focus on removing for now. Maybe if we find like certain events, certain exhibits, certain cards, we actually end up changing our mind on the way. But for now, that seems like my best option by a mile. So, gonna go ahead and astrology here, I'm pretty sure, yeah. Worst case, we can just double danger foretold, defend ourselves from the purifier. So I want to just look for better things to do if I can. We get the Changeling Magic, but next card we play is already going to get rid of the Long Knights. We do have a knife though, so I do like the room cleaning. And I'm unlikely to play Bouncing Knives here because I'm likely to want to defend myself, I'm pretty sure. So gonna discard this as well. And now I'm going to just... yeah, because with the rune cleaning, I can just danger foretold on boundary rather than double danger foretold to full block. Yeah, I don't mind just going ahead and discarding the knife here. Is there anything here that could let me get the extra turn? I have 2 blue mana, so Trouble Preparation might technically be able to do it. Like, even just 1 Lunatic Bullet from here and 1 knife leaves it below 24, so I'm gonna go ahead and risk it a bit. Because worst case, I do still have the option of fully blocking, so the only issue with this is like maybe I wasted my astrology for nothing, but I feel like we're gonna be able to finish the fight before that matters. And I do find the travel preparation, so if I get a knife here, that should be almost the end of the fight on turn 1. We don't get the knife, sadly. If the 2 discards go on the right target, we'll be able to do the same thing regardless though, so let's hope. Sadly not. So we would be 1 damage off from killing this, but we can just go ahead and full block, don't have to worry about anything. And just go into next turn, where we are very likely to just finish the fight, I'm pretty sure. Oh, and the Scouter isn't actually attacking this turn, which is good, I guess, because I'm not able to finish the fight. But regardless, I do have the Stone Stacking here. Just fully block this turn easily. This means that Sword of Izo is going to finish the top drone, like the Purifier, next turn, and we'll be left with only the Scouter. which is not attacking yet again. So let's just go ahead and do some damage. Just picking up using the discard cards when I can, just because the Lunatic gun gives them a lot of extra damage. But at this point, we can just go ahead and just throw the knives, and the sword will finish it off next turn. We kinda got a bit screwed due to bad mana tapping and the purifier, but we were so far ahead at that point that it didn't really matter. Yeah, at this point too, I don't really have much to say about the card selection. None of them is absolutely incredible, which means I'm not interested in any of them. I skip because of the macro strategy decision we've made. 2 colorless mana rather than 1 colored mana. The knights do take like colorless, but most of our other cards, like, we're mostly going to be playing like a lot of the same cards several times, and we are already going to convert some of our mana to generic. Our cards are like pretty efficient already, so I feel like losing a colored mana, regardless of which color, and turning into 2 colors of mana here just kind of screws us. I don't think this is helpful, so it's close, honestly, but I think that since we already kinda have efficient cards that sometimes turn our mana into colorless mana, we'd rather keep as many colors as we can for now, like as many colored mana orbs as we can for now. So knives do have a slight issue with this combat, because the rock hard and the keystone protection is going to reduce our damage output a lot. So we will be focusing almost purely on defense, which means I'm gonna go ahead and astrology here, looking for something I can use to fully block. And the stone stacking is going to do it. But trouble preparation will get us the knife and just some extra card and stuff, so just gonna go ahead and pick it up now. And yeah, just trouble preparation. Technically I think we missed like a draw, but this combat should be easy enough to not actually even matter. We just got our plus, oh yeah, the Lunatic gang ignores that, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, just stone stacking. And just should just to use our mana, doesn't really matter. Okay, so at this point we want to see if maybe we can get the special watch on the keystone, so we have to put it below 15 HP. If not, we would like to at least get a decent chunk of luck, because we're getting hit by quite a lot. So I'm gonna go ahead and astrology, see what my options are for either of those. Private vision could work in a way. We'll block for 16 in, like, if we just dodge, like, raise this attack. And if the discard, if we get lucky with the discard, the damage goes here, would be rather close to being able to finish it off with the special watch. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just pick up the private vision here. And if I'm gonna pick up the private vision, and I don't think the illusionist is going to be immediately useful here, I'd rather just go ahead and do changeling. Get rid of these two. Get some knives, sturdy sword downs for long-term value, and just go ahead and discard this. We did get lucky, but it's not good enough here. So just gonna go ahead and get a bit more block with the boundary. We're gonna be taking 14, which is rather unfortunate. I feel like I'm getting a bit overconfident and I could have played that better. So gonna try and be more careful now. Don't wanna get overconfident and just end up dying by mistake with such an insane run. Yeah, rune cleaning here. Is going to upgrade our entire hand and should leave this at 1 or 2 actually. But we got lucky with the Lunatic gun and finish it off. And Trouble Preparation here is either going to find us damage or just outright deal it thanks to the 3 discards. And whatever it finds, we already had enough damage in hand to just finish the combat. Yeah, with how strong our good cards are, we really just do want to remove our bad ones. Like, the more I play, the more I notice it. So yeah, not interested in any of these. Just gonna go ahead and skip. Head to the shop. Okay, so these two could be interesting, as could the Great Tengu's Decree and the Deja Vu. But our utmost priority 100% is to remove a card. And since we're already getting a ton of damage from other sources, I'm gonna go ahead and remove Misdrag. With the upgrades, which ones are more efficient? They're just as efficient. This is better card-wise, and assuming we get them upgraded relatively often, thanks to the rune cleaning, we will actually be able to just have better card efficiency. So I'm gonna go ahead and remove the small ones this time. Okay, so yeah, Teacher's Dedication could be interesting. Even more card draw on top of the picked cap, but we already have like plenty of card draw, I'm pretty sure. I mean, overturn like on the draw step, not burst card draw like Preparation or other cards. Like as an ability, as a consistent thing, I think the picked cap is doing enough. Plus the replenish cards, like the knives. So if we don't control how much we're drawing by actually be having like playing the cards when we decide, we might be overdrawing. So I wouldn't mind more card draw cards, but as an ability that have like gives us more card draw every turn, I'm not like super interested. So yeah, Deja Vu, Tengu's Decree, Stone Stacking could all be interesting. Deja Vu is like again more knife synergies that don't really like it cycles, so it doesn't occupy a huge space in our deck. And then the Tengu's Decree is just a very solid card in my opinion. That will make our knife synergies have a much better defensive outlook. Plus it exiles, so we don't have to worry about it clogging our deck. I think the Tengu's Decree is way too good not to take here. We weren't able to take it earlier on. Now it's just extremely solid. We are using a lot of knives, so this is going to be a lot of block every turn. So yeah, let's just go ahead and pick this up. My standards for adding cards right now are very high, but I do think that fulfills them. Ring Nozuke is going to want to buy one of our exhibits. He's not going to get lucky, even though the prices are definitely good. Like at this point, maybe you could justify selling the sword, as in it's Act 2. Also, like, you don't really need the damage as much as Act 1, but the Sword of Hizu is just really good throughout all the run. I would not sell it, like, ever, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, just nothing happens. Make the Act 4 quest trade and keep going. Yeah, as for our path, we just keep going to the shop. If we don't get like a money event here, we might actually not have enough money to remove a card at the shop. So maybe we just wait for one shop. Yeah, okay, I can wait one shop. And if I do this path, I have an event, combat, and then a gap where I can either choose to upgrade or rest, depending on what I need. And then, again, decide whether to go for an, like, if I'm strong enough for an elite, or I'd rather just take an easier encounter. So yeah, I think this is gonna be the path this time. Mostly because I can't be sure that I'll have the money for the removal. If I didn't pick up the Tengu's Decree here, I could be sure, but I think the Tengu's Decree is good enough to be worth it in this case. So not unhappy about it. Okay, so Ringo here. This event we've seen quite a few times if you've seen the other videos. Just unless you're like really scared of hand clog, making this like bad for you, just pick it up. The EMP device is just really good against the drone encounters. We haven't seen Nitri yet, so she could be an elite, and this would help massively by stunning her or like really powerful drone. There's quite a few drone encounters in both Act 2 and 3. Like, I'm just... The EMP device is just generally very good. Unless, again, you have like issues with hand clog. And while we have some, I don't think we have enough that I'm not gonna take this. If you have a way to get rid of curses or not be affected by them, or you know, something that makes curses like good for you, like the exhibit that gives you dexterity and spirit and firepower for each misfortune you have, you could take this. 3 random tool cards is like unlikely to offer you nothing that helps you. Like, they're very likely to have at least something good. So yeah, this is like a possible option, but I really barely like. I think 95% of the time you want EMP device, and then maybe like 4% you get the tool cards, but you pretty much never just refuse everything. Like, go, none of my business. Because yeah, the fact that it has replenish is that you really don't have to worry about it unless you're getting hand clog issues, and it's really good most of the time. Okay, so the issue with this encounter, you really just cannot focus on the trickster. The charm condition, like the damage that this Fox Yokai does isn't like super high. She does like some small damage. It's not something that generally worries me. But the issue with her is just the charm is an extremely powerful status condition, even more for a deck like ours where we want to be playing like travel preparation, into room cleaning, into purify, into a bunch of like 1 and 2 cost cards that often give us back the mana they cost. We just can't afford to only be able to play 3 cards per turn. So yeah, you absolutely just have to focus on the Fox Yokai, in my opinion. Unless your deck just does not care at all about the charm, then maybe you just get the Trickster to avoid the Spirit and Firepower debuffs. But in our case, this is suicidal not to take this thing down. So yeah, gonna go ahead and do some astrologying, trying to look for helpful cards here. Eventually we are likely to do Tengu's Decree into Travel Preparation, but for now, gonna see what else we can find here. I don't want to immediately draw this throwing knife, because I only have 1 slot open in my hand, so I'll be wasting the replenish. But if I pick up one of these, I feel like I'd be wasting the card draw regardless. I guess I wouldn't mind just getting Danger Solutionist here. Yeah, I can just get Danger Solutionist displayed now. Well, maybe this helps me with getting rid of both of them at the same time, rather than one. So yeah, let's go ahead and do this. Spent most of my mana, leaving 1 blue up for the Travel Preparation. Get rid of the Long Night. Just go ahead and discard Knife and whatever cards, really. Oh, yeah, just 2 because it's an upgrade. And shoot the Yokai. And since she's going to charm us in the end, and like we're not gonna be able to do gonna be able to play a lot of cards, I'm gonna just go ahead and astrology now. The Scry 3 lets me like check out what I have available. And the idea was like, if for example I wanted one of these 2, I could just draw this, leave these on top, or I could discard whichever one I didn't want to use. However, as it is, I'm going to be drawing the Changeling magic unless I just discard it now. I'm either getting the knife, which replenishes into the magic, or just getting the magic outright. I think like if I'm going to be getting knives here, they're going to be quite helpful. So I'm just gonna go ahead and discard the magic, get the knives. These are going to get rid of the trickster quite quickly, which will at least help me not get debuffed to hell while I'm trying to deal with a yokai with only 3 cards in hand. I mean 3 cards per turn. Yeah. Plus it does give me like a little bit of extra time pulse. And here comes the charm. So yeah, 8 times 2, really not like a huge attack, but as I mentioned, the biggest issue is the charm. You shouldn't have too many issues here. I can full block plus deal some damage with Danger Foretold into Private Vision on the knife. And now, so I can improve my consistency, I'm just gonna go ahead and make sure I'm not drawing the boundary that's left in my deck. Boundary that's with Rune Cleaning and Danger Foretold. And then just get rid of the eviction order so I don't draw it later. And generally I want the big cards rather than the small ones, because I can only play 3 per turn. So let's just get rid of like a shoot. And that is our turn for now. We get rid of the rabbit, so we're not going to be getting debuffed, thankfully. I care about that quite a bit more than the money right now, honestly. Not like we have a lot of it regardless. So we're getting hit for 12 with upgrades, like with upgrades on Danger Foretold. That is already good enough to block. So I'm gonna go ahead and Rune Cleaning on the knife, upgrade my entire hand, and just do I need to fully block? Is this good enough? Finish the fight. This is 24 damage at a minimum, plus 10 from this. Plus like 16 from here. 1 off. God damn it. What else could I draw? Another knife, I guess. We don't need to risk it. Just go ahead and Danger Foretold. Hit it with Tengu's Decree, so like we can be sure that even playing few cards, we're unlikely to not be able to block in the future. We'll most likely be able to just kill the Jokai, but you know, just in case, no reason not to. Make sure we don't get wrecked if we can't kill her. But yeah, we just discard a card, special watch, finish it off. Same issue as before with the Private Vision, not enough card draw. And I'm not sure the Water Blanket is good enough as card draw, but maybe it is. It's not like we have like a massive amount of defense. Like from all our cards that we added, we have a few utility ones and a bit of damage, but for defense we only had like first Private Vision, Stone Stacking, and the Tengu's Decree now. So I guess the Water Blanket could be good. Yeah, I'm not unhappy with the Water Blanket here. It's not ideal, but I think it's yeah, it's not that it's good enough, it's that it fits my deck well enough that I don't mind picking a card that I don't think is like amazing. Because it's good, even if it isn't amazing. And it fits my deck well enough to compensate for its quality not being like completely insane. So yeah, we have enough life at 40, so we want to upgrade. And as usual, I'd rather upgrade my cards that are unlikely to be upgraded by the Rune Cleaning, because I have to use them pretty much as soon as I draw them, which would mean either the Decree or the Changeling Magic. And since the Changeling Magic has been giving us slight issues when it costs energy, and the upgrade is very very good, makes it cost 0, and like, let's say that we decree an enemy having twice as many knives from Changeling Magic. afterwards would actually be more block than only having the original with the upgraded decree. So stuff like that means I'm going to go ahead and get the changeling magic. Obviously, like, it's not an actual comparison because like the decree triggers on every attack, not just the knives from the changeling magic. It's just I think the changeling magic is the better upgrade right now. We got Kokoro here, so hopefully, well, thankfully the sword is going to make it easier to defeat the Manreiki, and hopefully we'll be able to get the special watch to give us an extra turn at some point. We do get Purify the Land on our starting hand, which is very good, because we get to just exile the Long Night here, not have to play 2 cards, we get rid of it on just a single card play, and then we just go ahead and remove the eviction order, and I guess a shot, since the defense helps us long term by just taking no damage while the Sword of Hazel does the job. So I'd rather remove the offensive cards rather than the defensive ones. Plus we have more offensive cards than defensive ones as well, so that's also like something else that makes a difference. So I would like to do Tengu's Decree here, but they're all like hitting us kinda hard and we don't really have any block right now. So first things first, I'm gonna go ahead and look for stuff that could help with the astrology. And this might be it with the knife, just so we can discard it to the room cleaning. And then we get Water Blanket for 15 block, have 1 energy left for the boundary. This would be like a 22 block, which isn't full block, but it's not bad. And with the discards and the trial preparation we'll be able to play, because the generic mana this creates lets us play the boundary anyway. We might be able to actually just cut one of them in Reikis. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep all of these on top. Room cleaning into the knife. Yes, trial preparation. Discard. Just. Oh, we get the stone stacking here, which is enough to full block on its own. So I'm gonna have 1 unused generic mana, I guess, but yeah, not a big issue. Just discard cards for the Lunatic gun, and go ahead and stone stacking. Just play the boundary, just in case I miscalculated, which I didn't, but you know, you can never be sure, I guess. So yeah, full block, no big issues here. They're all like, they're both quite hurt, so I do want to use my upgraded astrology to try and find the special watch. And it was guaranteed, now that I see it, because we only had like 4 cards left. So yeah, we get to just discard these, get the watch, and I can just go ahead and do Illusionist, which is going to like give us 3 knives that we immediately draw on our extra turn. So we're gonna draw a ton of knives on our next turn, and just special. We have exactly enough mana to do the special here. Get our extra turn. Get more sort of Fizubrox. Remove our bad cards here with the Changeling Magic, which would be the unupgraded boundary and our misdirection. We're technically going to be like wasting a lot of card draws, but do I have cards that I urgently need to remove? The 2 glares. Yeah, I'd really like to remove the 2 glares with the Changeling Magic, which means that I'm going to go ahead and trial preparation, even if we're gonna be wasting like 1 card draw, just so I can make some hand space for the Water Blanket and get closer to finding the cards we want to remove the glares. Water blanket. We did find one of the glares. And we are out of card draw, so I'm gonna go ahead and just remove one of the glares. We're not gonna use the EMP device on this combat, and this way it can't cause me hand clog issues. So exile those two with the echo. And this plus boundary will give me a full block. And leave me enough mana to just play one of the knives for some additional damage. And Kokoro is probably going to die before she even gets to spell card. We have already at like 15 time pulse. Very good damage. I don't think she has any chance at survival. We didn't really get any block here though, which is unfortunate. So the time pulse actually happens before knives are discarded. So this only has like 12 HP before it happens. So if I were to Tengu's Decree here, get a knife from this, and misdirection, this gets killed. Does it have to be misdirection? Yeah. Yeah, bouncing knives lifts it on 2 HP. See, we don't have any defense, and I'm trying to see if there's any way we can like, take less damage. But we also don't have like that many attacks. And the knives, unless we kill the Manreiki, are going to prioritize the Manreiki. So yeah. I guess we're going to be taking 12 damage. As Tengu's Decree. Misdirection here to make sure the time pulse just kills it off. We don't have to worry about it. And the Starry Sword Dance is going to give us a knife to at least get 4 block from Kokoro. I guess we're almost like full up on our second spell card. So we could just get 2 extra knives and actually just kill her. Yeah, this just kills her. Let's just go ahead. We were almost at 200 out of 100, so I feel like this is fine. Because yeah, the time pulse kills the Manreiki, leaves her at 5, and the knives just finish off the fight. And that way I don't have to worry about taking damage here. Like, it's 12 damage, which isn't like a massive amount considered for a spell card. Well, I mean to save the spell card. But we were almost full, so we would be kind of wasting some power anyway. So technically we saved more power than we had to. Not interested in any of these. Even upgraded, I don't think I'd be interested in this. But it'd certainly be more interesting with unupgraded. Nothing here is of interest to me. Again, very high standards to add cards right now. So, Spider Lily. Whenever an enemy is defeated, gain 2 red energy. Mask of Hope. Whenever we play 3 attack cards, gain 10 power. The issue with our attack cards is that we're generally not playing them. We're discarding them and similar stuff. So I don't think the Mask of Hope helps. Meanwhile, the Spider Lily, it gives us even better clearing for multi-enemy encounters with the Sword of Izo and all that stuff. So I'm going to just plus like we can actually use this more naturally than the Mask of Hope. So I'm just gonna go ahead and pick it up. Yeah, 'cause we don't really play a lot of our attacks, so yeah. And finally, I'm gonna go this path, and if I have enough money just for removal would be good enough, so I would have to leave this event with 75. Because I think have I removed once or twice? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 8 basic cards, so I've only removed once, so it is going to cost me 75. So yeah, gonna go on this path, and if I leave the event with more than 75, I'll go to the shop, remove a card. Even if I don't get to do anything else on the shop, removing a card is worth it in my opinion as we are right now. And if I don't have the money, I'll just go ahead and go to the gap, possibly heal, possibly upgrade. Healing would actually like be reasonable at this point, assuming we take some damage in the combat. And we don't need to heal, we just upgrade and go to the elite. We get our EMP device here. Oh yeah, apparently between the picked cap, the telescope, long night, if we get 2 replenish cards, we do actually miss out on astrology's turn 1. So I guess the EMP device wasn't like 100% perfect. But the thing is that this is actually a combat in which the EMP device is absolutely amazing. You just get to stun the purifier here, and we don't have to worry about blocking at all in turn 1. So yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and discard. This is like, at this point, this is kinda like my most efficient damage, thanks to the fact that we get to keep the throwing knives in the deck, and we get Lunatic down procs, which also ignore optic camouflage for this, so kinda nice as well. But yeah. This turn, the purifier is not gonna be attacking either. The scouter might, but we only have to block 1 enemy. Gonna go ahead and upgrade my hand by... Okay, so I am going to upgrade the hand with making a knife with this, and then discarding with the room cleaning. But if I can improve my draw quality first, by removing like misdirection, shoot, and maybe just the eviction ordering hand, I am going to do that. Eviction order, then the... Actually, just the glare. It's still in the discard pile, but the combat is actually going to be a bit longer. And is this misdirection upgraded? It is. Do I have an upgraded misdirection here? I do, so I have to check. At this point, maybe just ordering the piles would be easier, but this is with Danger Foretold and Tribal Preparation. So, misdirection. Danger Foretold, but no trouble. Here is Danger Foretold, Tribal Preparation, so this is the one that's still in the deck, in the drop pile. Yep. And now we get the knife. We room cleaning. And if we get lucky, I think... oh no, because this one was taking the knife. I thought like if we got lucky, maybe we could get the extra turn off of this. But no. We spent all our white mana, so I actually have to go looking for a actual block. So maybe like the water blanket, or I could just get the travel preparation and try to do the special watch in the end. But I do have to spend my astrology here for sure. Okay, so let's just get the water blanket and possibly get travel preparation, changeling magic off of those, and maybe deal enough damage to kill this. Unlikely, considering it's the highest HP, so the knives are not going to go for it. But travel preparation, 2 knives. And I guess just get the most damage possible out of the changeling magic. Keeping the only 2 cards I'm actually interested in without exiling them. Yeah, we still have some defensive issues sometimes. Our offense is really good, which is the reason I'm kind of getting overconfident sometimes. But getting overconfident is kind of screwing us as well. So I really need to be more careful. And I've said it several times, but I keep making mistakes, so guess I'll have to say it more. We get the 2 mana from the red lily for defeating an enemy. Danger Foretold twice is going to be like good enough lock. I'm just gonna go ahead and do Tengu's Decree first. Leave it there for our next turns and just block for now. Okay, neither of them is attacking on the turn where we're purified, which is very good for us. I'm gonna go ahead and just stone stacking here, because I'm pretty sure we can end the fight before this is relevant. And this way we just have it up to 35 block. And then just discard a knife. And use our mana on the most efficient way possible for damage. And next turn, any damage kills. Okay, I guess the bottom one, because this one got blocked. Got extra block. But we can just go ahead and do this. We could like use our turn more, that the knives are going to almost finish it off, and then on the extra turn the fight is just over with literally anything. We didn't have to worry at that point. Private square is tempting, but even if we do cycle decently fast, I'm not sure it's that fast, like enough to have the private square here. If we had less basics, maybe. But as is, I'm not 100% sure. We only have to see it twice before it's castable, and after that it gets better. And if we upgrade it, it's even better if we upgrade it with like the room cleaning or just on a gap. I think we can take it, and I think it's good enough to take it. So I'm gonna go ahead and do so. Okay, so this pretty much means that we're not going to go to the shop, because we're definitely going to the gap to heal after this. Almost surely. Because I do want to fight the phalanx here for a random rare exhibit. Plus I don't want the misfortune, which is rather nasty. Plus MP at the end of turn, and it's unplayable. We do have the MP device, which should help quite a bit. But I'm going to have to concentrate a lot on the combat. And the spell card might have to come out here. Because a very good start in that we get stone stack in turn 1. This is 32 damage, plus 12, 44. So stone stacking plus private vision means we only take 1 damage. Or just stone stacking into danger threshold is good enough, I guess. Yeah, let's just go ahead and do that. This gives us full block, gets rid of Long Night, and we can start worrying about the combat from next turn onward. Yeah, we do have both astrologies, so we can look for our good cards when necessary. And worst case, we should be able to find Sakuya Special Watch with 2 astrologies and whatever cycle we can find on the actual turn. And that can be a guaranteed kill with the Killing Doll. So even worst case, we would have to just use our spell card, but we wouldn't be taking actual damage. And hopefully we won't have to worry about that at all. But okay, so we do have the Special Watch here. EMP device to stun an enemy. So this is 14 damage. This is 18, so that would be 32. I think I'm gonna go ahead and use both astrologies, try to find like changeling magic, room cleaning, knives, or travel preparation. Like almost any of those things could help quite a bit with setting up the extra turn. And if we get the extra turn, we're not even going to be purified, so we will have a much easier time. So you're not interested in any of these 3. We get something we're not interested in either. And we do get rune cleaning and changeling magic here. I don't have a knife yet, so the rune cleaning isn't actually useful as of right now. However, the knives would be like 12 damage here. Then I can play a knife for 16, and that sets up the special watch just fine. So yeah, I can go ahead and discard this, get the changeling. I'll have the room cleaning on the extra turn, which is going to be useful. So yeah, I'll do this. Changeling magic, like basic block and misfortune. Do this on the knives to set up the damage that I need. Then throwing knife into, I guess I have 1 mana, but I have nothing I can do for 1 mana. So just special watch, get the extra turn, won't be purified, 1 less enemy attacking us. And we have our rune cleaning with a knife here, which will help massively. Yeah, private square can be played next time we see it. Trial preparation here should be a ton of damage with the discards, and we even get like knives. We discard knife, flair, and the square. Perfect. So we only need 20 block at this point, and we have plenty. So just danger foretold, boundary, and just efficient damage. Also, the only reason the bouncing knives was more efficient than just playing shoot there is because if I play shoot, I still want to play the misdirection, and that means I'd have 1 mana left over. So it'd be the same as playing the bouncing knives, but with 1 less dagger. If I could spend that extra mana, it would actually be worth it, but without being able to spend it, it's more efficient to the other one. Oh right, this is like a small quirk that happens sometimes with some of these encounters. This one applied like a 3 lock-on debuff on its turn, which happened before the scouter turn, so I was actually getting hit for 26, but the preview doesn't actually know that. So yeah, I guess it's technically predictable because it is a scouter, that is what it does, but it is a bit frustrating, to be honest, that the preview was in a way lying to me. Still, it is what it is. We can just try and finish the fight now. So yeah, get the knife, discard it for damage. Draw some cards, get some block, and Tengu's Decree just finishes the fight here. Oh well. Tengu's Claw, plus 1 firepower. Pretty nice with the amount of knives we just throw out. Not interested in Fortress of Silver, not interested in Time Magic. The War history is absolutely amazing because it's just basically 1 free card removal, which kinda compensates for the fact that we're not going to shop here. So yeah, we'll be and if we get to like upgrade it with the rune cleaning, it's actually going to cost 0. We just get to play it without issues. Yeah, absolutely amazing to find this here. Like, it's basically like a card move. Oh, Spacesuit is yet another amazing exhibit. Oh, yet another amazing rare exhibit, really. Every time we would lose HP, we lose 1 less HP. So yeah, just helps with like the Caesar on Seiya, all the sources of damage that we're gonna find on in the middle of combat, all stuff. Even like with life loss cards, this protects us from that. Absolutely great to see. Spacesuit is one of the best defensive exhibits in my opinion. So yeah, we only have 23 HP, and the boss is Jujiko, who doesn't let us heal and slowly makes us lose HP in a way that we can't protect ourselves from, that we can block. So even more of a reason to heal here. In fact, if we take like a decent amount of damage on the elite, we might have to heal again on the gap before the boss. And it is Yomu, so I wouldn't be surprised. But we do have like some grace, and gracing protects you from the lock-on that Rainbow applies with Rokenkan. So hopefully we won't have to worry about that. We also have Changeling Magic on the starting hand here, to get to remove just Eviction Order and Long Night outright. And since our hand is like far from amazing, we have we can full block, but it is like 3 basic cards, so ideally we can find something more efficient. So I'm gonna go ahead and Astrology. I'm considering the Purify the Land, because we can just do double danger foretold, Purify the Land, and take 1 damage. 1 damage isn't really that big of a deal, and it does improve our long-term combat quite a bit. I'm absolutely discarding the Special Watch though, not going to be useful in this combat. Not sure about Dangerous Illusionist. I think she scales faster than me, so not worth keeping in this case. But yeah. Is there anything here that I could get with the Astrology that would improve my play? Rune Cleaning, Preparation, technically a Private Square just so we can start discounting it. And Stone Stacking would be the biggest one. So I am going to go ahead and use 1 more Astrology. Don't really find anything we wanted, so I'm just gonna discard everything. Didn't really... Oh, I guess this does mean we can full block rather than take 1 damage, because this blocks for 11 rather than 10. And we did get Private Vision, so Boundary plus Private Vision is also full block, but it is a better way to full block. So I'm gonna go ahead and Changeling Magic here on the Misdirection and one of the Danger Foretols. Then Private Vision, discarding a Knife, Boundary for the full block, and I didn't pay attention to the color of mana I was using. God fucking damn it. The entire planning of that turn went to the garbage because I didn't notice the auto topper was screwing me. Okay, so this seems like a rather obvious turn here. We just Rune Cleaning, hopefully upgrading either the Decree, the Square, or the Stone Stacking, because the cards we're going to want to play are the Decree into the Stone Stacking, this to apply the debuff for later, and this just so we can have full block now. Yeah, let's just discard whatever. We upgraded the Boundary, so didn't really get lucky there, but doesn't really matter. We apply our debuffs. She's grazing anyway, so the damage doesn't matter. And we just full block off of the Stone Stacking here. Stone Stacking showing its worth, just 1 card, take no damage this turn. At this point it's getting really close to 2 mana being vulnerable for a turn. Okay, so we have to block for 18. Let's go ahead and Purify the Land. Remove some of these cards that I'm not gonna use. Like get rid of, let's say, EMP, Special Watch, and like Boundary. And now I have a better draw pile, so I'm gonna go ahead and look what I can get with the Trial Preparation. Private Square is still not high enough, and I'm gonna go ahead and discard the Throwing Knife in order to keep it. And we didn't get to full block, but we do get to at least block some. And our more efficient damage here would be Bouncing Knives. Well, shoot first, because it deals less damage. To remove the Grace. I keep doing this. The Callers. At least we can misdirection for the 3 block. And yeah, ideally I would do this with the 2 white, activate the Tengu's Decree, and the knife would also activate it, and we would only take 2 damage rather than 5. But the game does not want me to spend my mana properly, and I'm certainly making it easier for the game to screw me. And we're going to be taking a gigantic amount of damage here. So what I'm going to be doing at this point is just spell card in order to get more block from the Tengu and to give me knives that I can discard to the Rune Cleaning. We get Private Vision, which is actually very good here. And we're going to go ahead and block as hard as we can. Knife of Damocles, just for the extra damage. And Starry Sword Dance would technically be like 3 block because of the Tengu's Decree, but it's not good enough compared to the Danger Foretold and Private Vision. So leave 1 blue up. This time it's automatic, but be very careful that you are leaving Private Vision up. And thanks to the Grace and the block we get from the Decree, we actually almost fully blocked. We're taking like 6 damage in the end. 5 because of the spaces. And at this point, this feels like we can probably end the fight here. It's gonna go ahead and get damage from the discard plus the knife. Well, the knife, not really, because of the Grace. At this point, we have 7 damage knives. One of them is going to remove the Grace. The others are going to be doing 21 damage. And since you're almost vulnerable, it is almost good enough. So close. But since it's not good enough, we actually do have to look for like a way to kill her. Actually, I guess if we just play both knives, one of them removes Grace, the other one does a lot of damage. This just actually ends the fight, yeah. Both knives. And the remaining ones will finish the fight for us. Yep. That was quite rough. We ended up pulling out. I mean pulling it off, sorry. Ooh, tea brewing or play with water are both actually kind of interesting. Tea brewing is like the kind of card advantage we were looking for in long fights. Will help against Jujiko. It's actually like some life gain, which we have basically none of. Like if we can heal 3 HP per combat, that is going to be quite relevant. Yeah, I am actually going to go ahead and pick up Tapering, I think. Is it better than play with water? I think it is. Despite the discard. Really desperate for actual card draw plus the healing. And 34 HP isn't like little. I think we can beat Jujiko without healing. Yeah, with Dangers, I'm gonna be rather aggressive about playing Dangerous Illusionist. And ideally we get Special Watch on one of her summons. But I do think we can actually upgrade here. And it's not even that big of a risk. Because the damage her summons and the Jujiko deal is actually kinda low. It's just that her debuff just makes us lose life outright rather consistently. So, like, it starts at like 3 per turn and goes up to like 6 or 7. I think it goes like up 3 per spell card, but she has something that can make it go up by 1 in the middle of combat. But yeah, that means we have like 5 to 6 turns even after the upgrade. So I think we should be like mostly fine. I'm gonna go ahead and take a... It is technically a risk, but I think it's like a small enough risk that we don't really have to worry about it in this case. I'm gonna go ahead and finally upgrade the Rune Cleaning, I'm pretty sure. Draws us an extra card. Costs generic rather than white. Partially because of my fault, but the colors have been giving us small issues. So let's go ahead and do that. And we're fighting Jujiko now. So yeah, turn 1, they attack. This is pretty much the most damage they're gonna deal the entire fight. After this, their damage goes down drastically. And yeah, we are fortunate to just have Stone Stack in turn 1, so we can just full block off a single card. So we're not gonna have any issues there. What I'm gonna do here is look for either a knife or knife generators, so we can upgrade our hand with Rune Cleaning. And then I'm gonna go ahead and just Stone Stacking. Thanks to the Black Lotus mana, maybe we even have enough mana to do like upgraded Tengu's Decree on Jujiko, but I wouldn't be counting on it. But yeah, let's start with the Astrologies. The Special Watch might be interesting. Not really, because we really just... We got lucky to have the Stone Stacking ready for their initial attack, which is the most damage they'll ever actually deal. so I don't want to waste it by doing the special watch and just discard it at end of turn. So I'm just gonna not pick it up, look for other things. We really don't get to the power history at this point. We really want to do these if possible. So you're just gonna keep looking for a knife or a generator. We find Purify the Land, not super interested. Let's go ahead and do Trouble Preparation to keep looking. Misdirection and Changeling Magic is actually what we wanted. So we're gonna have 5 mana available. So this is 2, 3. We're not gonna have enough for the Decree, sadly, unless we choose to do it unupgraded, and I don't think we need to. Because again, after this turn, we don't need that much blocking. Or that I'd rather just upgrade my hand and have a stronger deck, which means that I'm gonna go ahead and do stone stacking, room cleaning, private vision, purify the land. And so I'm going to discard Danger Foretold, Tengu's Decree, and the cards I'll be exiling with Changeling Magic will be Misdirection and Shoot. So yeah, Changeling Magic. Oh, we did have 1 extra mana because we get it from the other thing. So I guess we could have actually done it. That's my bad. So hopefully not a big deal. Just go ahead, shoot, and Misdirection. Like, our play isn't like something I dislike regardless, so not a big issue. So Eviction Order for sure, and from the rest, I guess maybe just double Boundary with the EMP device. Yeah, Boundary device. Because that way the device isn't bothering us this combat, but we actually get to keep it for later when it's more useful. Upgrade our hand. Sadly can't go ahead and do the Chi Brewing or the Danger Solutionist this turn. But I'm not gonna exile them, so let's just go ahead and do Changeling Magic here on the Throwing Knife, just for some extra damage. And we do Stone Stacking for full block, and Private Vision just to keep the knife and get some more discard damage. And we even get to kill one of the enemies. Kind of wasted mana, but not a big deal. And we get some damage off of the Reflection, but more importantly, block everything. Let's go ahead and Water Blanket, get some of the block we're gonna need, and just see more of our options. Not a great turn, honestly. I'm getting attacked for 22, so I can just full block here and get the Starry Sword Dance ready to help us on the future turns, I think. Yeah. And just Danger into Boundary. I mentioned that the power history was absolutely amazing, but so far it's been kind of like a misfortune. So hopefully I'll be able to actually play it soon. Because it is amazing in theory, but if I don't get to play it, I'm just screwing myself, really. Okay, so I get to just set up Illusionist into Special Watch here. So very happy about this. We do lose like 3 extra HP from the Law of Mortality, even if we get the extra turn, because it activates on our turns, not on Yuriko's. But 3 HP is not going to be a big deal. Oh, the Spacesuit! This works on any life loss, so it's actually helping us with Yuriko as well. So yeah, even a bigger reason not to heal. Forgot how, this is just such a good exhibit. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we do Decree, so we've basically got full block for the rest of the combat. Discard a knife for Lunatic gun damage. And I guess just throw a knife for some extra damage. Don't really have an amazing hand right now. We can frail, hopefully won't matter. Okay, here we go. Room cleaning, on a knife, upgrade our entire hand, and finally we get to the bar history. Removing, I guess, shoot or misdirection. Well, let's just go ahead and remove misdirection. And Knife of Damocles here is going to eventually give us a ton of damage thanks to the vulnerable. And now I just travel preparation, looking for more knives and for more damage. Ooh, that is a ton of knives. Just keep discarding and hurting Yuriko. Getting more time pulls off of the Dangerous Illusionist. And just finish off with my attacks. And we should be able to finish this fight without losing too much HP at this point. But worst case, we do have a spell card available if we want to make sure we're killing our opponent faster. In order to... Okay, it's water blanket, there's no knives in there, so I don't have to risk it. I mean, there's no risk in just doing room cleaning now. So I kinda wanted to do one of my other cards first to make hand space, in case I drew knives, but it's unlikely I'll draw knives. So yeah, water blanket and private square. And I actually get to use private square now if I want to. And I don't see any reason not to. It's another tick of time pulse. We're gonna do a lot of damage. We do lose like 2 HP to Law of Mortality, but the extra turns before she does her second spell card also mean that we're not gonna... we're gonna like spend more turns with only 3 Law of Mortality rather than more. Okay, so this is going to just overdraw massively, but I'm just doing it to make hand space by discarding. And obviously the massive amount of damage in the discards. And at this point, Yujiko's super dead, so just draw some more cards. And just play your damage cards or discard cards randomly and you'll eventually kill her. And we didn't really lose that much HP. So yeah, very happy about that. So, make a costume. Let's start a player's turn, gain 2 block for each upgraded card in hand. And adds white. Levitating adds black to the mana base. Vulnerable's effect is increased by 50% for enemies, by 25% for us. So it is risk reward. And then Stone of Fire adds red to the mana base, and at the start of our first turn each combat, we gain 2 firepower and get 1 refracted sunlight. I think red is like only has good cards when it comes to Sakuyu's uniques, and one of them specifically, red white one, gives your knives auto exile. So if you overdraw and you have knives in hand, it will just exile the knives immediately, deal the damage, and just not screw you over with the overdraw. And the firepower is something we don't generally have a lot of access to with Sakuya. So yeah, between the good cards and the fact that this is a good effect, and we also have like things like our Purify the Land in order to exile the refracted sunlight before we reshuffle the deck and redraw it. Just make me really want the refracted sunlight, the Stone of Aja here. Not interested in any of these, I'm pretty sure. Mid Streak wouldn't be awful. The upgrade is also nice. But we don't really, like, it's like 1 discard and draw per turn. 8 damage per turn isn't like that massive. And we don't need the card selection that this offers when we just have more consistent forms in travel preparation and stuff. This takes a while to actually take effect. So yeah. Descendant of the Inchlings could be interesting. When upgraded, cards just cost 1 less this turn. That would help with some of our cards, I think. Would it even help? I guess Water Blankets? Room Cleaning would be free. It helps less than I thought. It does help with the knives though. They go down to 1 mana. If upgraded, they cost 0 mana. So at that point, it would be free to play them. Helps less than I thought at first, so likely to ignore it. If I were trying to just go infinite, rather than just have a thing but powerful deck, I would 100% take it, just because having free cycle on things like room cleaning and other cards that normally cost generic mana could be very interesting. But in this case, I don't really think it's worth it. It's the most interesting card of these three, but I'm gonna go ahead and skip it. What is the upgrade in this? Upgraded the Silver Elegance could actually be interesting, but if we weren't trying to just reduce our deck size super hard, I might actually try and go for this, but we're just gonna go ahead and skip. Like I mentioned, now we're really going to focus on removals because we have more money, and yeah, we don't really need to improve our deck all that much at this point. Okay, so Apex Speedster on the Crow Tengu. So just a reminder to always be careful. Try to play a block card as the first card on your turn. Just go ahead and Water Blanket. Obviously, it's overdrawing. It was the one block card I had that fully blocked the Speedster. 27 HP. This is the only thing attacking us here. Gonna go ahead and just Astrology a couple of times. Look for better cards here. Just like Room Cleaning, Changeling Magic, the Watch, Purify. None of this. Misdirection, also not interesting. We do get our Room Cleaning here. Because we can spend the generic mana from Tower of Operation in the Room Cleaning. So I'm actually gonna go ahead and keep this all as is. And then we even get to do Stone Stacking. Not really to block as much as to increase the amount of block that we're gonna be getting from it. This, if not on turn 2, I hope to finish this in turn 3 at most. So yeah. Grab these cards. Draw 2, discard 2. I don't want to discard the knife because I want to keep it for the Room Cleaning discard. Which means I'm gonna go ahead and just discard the Illusionist, since this is for slower fights. Just any random card, I guess. I guess the Misdirection, since we might want to do these for full block. Then discard the knife, upgrade the hand. We get to just Changeling Magic here on our worst cards. We're not gonna get back to the Tea Rune regardless, so let's go ahead and do this. And just Stone Stacking here for some free block. Knives are going to get rid of one of the crows. Well, the Stone Stacking wasn't really for the block as much as the actual stacking. So just block here for the Speedster. Kinda rough. We're gonna have to spend an EMP device use if we want to take no damage this turn. Okay, let's go ahead and just oh, actually doesn't, it's not enough mana. I have 7, I would need 8 if I wanted to remove this Thin's Grace and then do Special Watch. That's rather rough. And we don't really have any block. So considering that we're not really going to go for elites, I'm actually just gonna go ahead and spellcard the Tengu here. And I'm spellcarding the Tengu rather than the Crow, because what I really wanted these knives for is to set up the watch here, this special watch, and we get the extra turn. And on our extra turn, we're hopefully going to be able to actually block this. Reminder here, Epic Speedster doesn't reset until the Tengu takes a turn. So on our extra turn here, we don't actually have to worry about it. So we can just go ahead, private vision on the device. Do we get to kill her somehow? Vulnerable. This removes one grace, this removes another. Nah, no shot. So let's go ahead and purify the land. Boundary, sunlight, and square, I guess. Kinda regretting the square pick in the end, but oh well. Oh, then I must have picked one of them wrong. Oh well, we're gonna be taking 1 damage here. Not a big deal. And we're going to be finishing this on turn 3 indeed. Oh, we're not even taking the damage because of the space. Nice. So you just go ahead and block the incoming speedster damage, and then just finish this off with some raw discards and knives. Leave one knife for the rune cleaning. Not that it's gonna be like relevant or necessary, but good habit building. And there's the fight. Not unhappy to have used the spell card there, honestly. Kind of felt necessary. And it's not like we're going to go for like a ton of elites. Another Great Tengu's Decrease, very tempting. Like more consistency on actually getting it. We could even stack it for like 6 block per hit on enemy bosses. Would be very good against Seija. Would actually just be our entire blocking against Seija, in fact. And against Junko, we're likely gonna have issues playing a ton of cards, including blocks. So I wouldn't mind just being able to start my turns applying the buff on her, and then just being able to get a ton of block. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and pick up the second decree. We don't have anything that gets cards back from XL, do we? No, we don't. Okay, so I guess we're just looking for because one thing I can do here actually is I could rune cleaning into the Long Night Away and just use the Purify the Land later to exile it, just for some mana efficiency. Doesn't seem necessary though. Yeah, we can just let's do the astrologies first. Yeah. Most of what we care about here is going to be mana efficiency. Because since we already have like 1 love letter, I'm gonna go ahead and rune cleaning the knife, and then probably just stone stacking into the love letter. Yeah. Spend all of my mana, take no damage. Ideally, I'll be able to get a Tengu's Decree at some point. Speaking of which, with this, get to just trial preparation here. Discard the cards I'm not gonna use. Actually, I guess if I do want to use the private vision, which means I'm not gonna be able to use the water blanket. So let's go with that with this. Astrology, I'm not happy with what I have available right now. Draw the Purify. I think my best play is actually gonna be to not use the Purify here. Just discard it to the private vision. Or not. No, exile it with off of Chainlink Magic. Yeah, this is it. Exile these two. Do it again. Get some block from the Tengu's Decree. And now I get to use the Love Letter into Private Wishing. The knives get me 12 block total, and the Grace like blocks the other attack. Like, I do want to use the Love Letters, but I also want to not take a massive amount of damage, so let's see what we draw of this. Few knives. I guess I'm gonna have to just go ahead and do Boundary for the block. These two will get me block on their own. Then I kinda have to decide, do I do Love Letter or just Misdirection and EMP Device? Knives take me up to 11 block. I would be taking 14 damage, just rather a lot. I'm gonna go ahead and take those 6 block here. And 6 extra from the knives. Take only 6 here. Sorry, 8. Go ahead and Travel Preparation. Okay, get the Rune Cleaning here. Discard of Sunlight. I'd rather just not have to worry about it than bother like getting it to exile off Ethereal. You have like 3 turns left in the fight ideally anyway, so yeah. I can play one of the Love Letters. Let's start with the Rune Cleaning, because I'm gonna do this 100%. But yeah, at this point I can just go ahead, play one of the Love Letters, and just Danger Foretold into the Private Wishing for full block and some damage of the discard. At this point she's taking 60% of the damage, so maybe we can just start actually focusing on killing her now. Well, the Great Tengu's Decree really helps with that, because we can actually just go ahead and get block from attempting to kill her. Though ironically, I think I want a Water Blanket here, see what I draw. Nothing useful here. This is actually more block than the Danger Forecast. Just get 5 from this, and 7 from this. So I'll only be taking 1 damage this turn. And I have this turn and then the next one before she actually uses her spell card, so I do need to finish this like right about now. With Private Vision here and the Great Tengus, I'm pretty sure I can easily full block, so I'm gonna go ahead and do 1 more Love Letter and just solve Operation. Discard the knife and the card I don't want. Private Wishing gets me the Grace, and this gets me the most of the missing block. With this, giving her vulnerable, getting me some knives. And next turn should be a Sage to finish her off, with only 1 stack of Lingering Regrets plus the vulnerable here. She's actually going to be taking more damage than usual. Yeah. Rune Cleaning on the knife. Get a lot of damage. Upgrade my hand. And the knives. And the special. Finish off the fight. Very close. But in the end we did get to finish the fight without taking all that much damage. Time Suppression would be interesting if we had the card I've mentioned before, where we turn our colorless mana into colored mana. However, under the current conditions, I don't think I'm interested in any of these. Rune Cleaning does use colorless. Sometimes I'm missing colorless for the special. It works with private scores. I'm actually going to take it. It's pre-upgraded. If it wasn't upgraded, I wouldn't be taking this. But with the upgrade already, it's not like going to be free every time, but it's kind of close. I think it's good enough to take. I'm not incredibly happy about it, but I think it's fine. Okay, so remove impurity could actually like be good here. Makes our T room free, so a free card draw. Could make water blanket cost only 1 colorless. Yeah, remove impurities wouldn't be absolutely awful, but they do require upgrades, and I'd have to pay some max HP. Plus, the only way I'm able to cast them is if I play Trouble Preparation first, or Time Suppression. They're good against Junko though. Not super sure if I should do this or not. Going below 60 HP is kind of rough as far as max HP goes. And so it makes me doubt it as well. It's close, but I think like I don't need it that much. Like I can't use it that much, rather. Not for like consistent value. Like only one of them on the tea brewing would be huge. So I'm going to go ahead and skip. But this is, I think, the closest I've been to taking remove impurity on one of these videos. If I had like the watch, I think it is, that upgrades your skills when you get them, and they came pre-upgraded, I'm pretty sure you would have gotten them. Okay, so first off, as mentioned, I do want to remove, get rid of misdirection. Same logic I used on the first misdirection removal. Now, sweeping robot could be useful, as could be maybe the first aid kit. As far as cards, I'm maybe interested in news fabrication. Getting energy, like if we already have card draw, and we often have like a full hand, being able to discard for energy could be huge. And it is colored energy. So yeah, I'm actually like super interested in this. In fact, I'm interested enough that I'm just gonna go ahead and pick it. That gets us like super close to being able to just chain a lot of card draw and stuff to just get an absolutely nutty turns. So yeah, very happy to have gotten it. We don't need yet another Tengu's Decree, I think. They are like kind of hard to play on the first like on the turn you play them, even if they're insanely good later. They're kind of like abilities in that regard. But yeah, 2 is definitely enough. Not interested in a free attack. These are just normal block cards, scaling cards that I really don't need. So yeah, let's just go ahead and gonna save my. I could buy one of these tools. Both would be kind of decent, but I'm gonna go ahead and save my money for the next shop so we can guarantee the card removal. This could have also been interesting whenever the draw pile is shuffled, gain blue energy, but not like necessary, hopefully. Then we get to Sumereko here, and we have no rares. That is unexpected. Didn't even realize that. I guess we did say no on both of the rare trades, and this costs 125. So this is the first time I reach Sumereko with nothing to actually do. Okay, I guess. Yeah, we just exchanged the game console for the eye cream for some healing, and obviously because we want to go to Act 4, and we're gonna go ahead and do. We have enough HP, right? Yeah, 51 HP, we're completely fine. So yeah, event, combat, card removal, elite. The combat should easily have the 20 money we need for the removal. So yeah, let's go with this one. Satori. So we could pay and get an upgraded uncommon out of 3, or we can just choose one of 20, common or uncommon, or just, you know, take the free 15 HP. I'm tempted by the free HP because we might not want to add any more cards to our deck, like I mentioned. Like, 20 cards is a lot of cards, so it would be unlikely for us to not find anything that we want. But it is possible. But it's way too many cards though. I think I'm going to go ahead and just pick it up. Wouldn't mind doing talk therapy, except we need the money for the removal. But yeah, suggestion therapy here should be fine. We might be able to find like another tea brewing. More importantly, another trouble preparation would be huge. Yeah, some discard outlet that maybe gives us energy, kind of like the news fabrication, or maybe cards that we benefit from discarding. Okay, so no. Princess Undying could be interesting, I guess. Lots of barrier. It's like, in a way, it's kind of scaling defense, because we can just use it constantly with full hands and save up barrier for future turns. However, for the enemies where we actually need that much barrier, we already have 2 Tengu's Decrees, so I'm gonna hope that that's enough luck. As far as the others go, I'm not really interested in any of them, I'm pretty sure. Premature Burial could be like somewhat interesting to recover the stone stacking, or the Purify the Land. But seems like too steep a price, like 3 mana, 5 life. So ideally we'd get something better. Another News Fabrication could be it. Another Purify the Land could be it. Trouble Preparation is absolutely amazing. I think it's just Trouble Preparation. Like the discard works with the Montigang. Works with our Nice. It's like more card selection. Yeah, I think it's just the Trouble Preparation. No discussion. Yeah, why do I keep thinking about the card Trouble Preparation? Just can't help myself. It's way too good of a card, I need to keep thinking about it. Okay, so Orbs plus White Wolf here. White Wolf is going to keep scaling with our defense, so we want to either get defense from other sources, like our Tengu's Decree, or just play as little defense as we can. We do have a Private Vision as well to get some defensive properties off of skills. So we do have like a few sources that we could use for it. I am gonna go ahead and do astrologies here. Maybe we can find something to exile the Long Night before it doesn't matter. And even if we don't, like, I do want some efficient block cards for after we get the. I mean, I can graze this, but I do need to still block the orbs afterwards. Or maybe we can find some damage plus our Sakuya's Special Watch. So yeah, let's go ahead and start with this. Changeling Magic is actually one of the things we were looking for. Just get rid of these. Changeling, the Long Night. And the worst card in here looks to be the Boundary. I do still want to look for better cards though, so I'm going to go ahead and use the other Astrology. We do find the other Special Watch. It's absolutely huge. I mean, not the other watch, I mean the Special Watch. We need to save up 3 mana for this. So I think Starry Sword Dance and Great Tengu's Decree should be fine. So apply the Decree on the Wolf Tengu, who's the like main target we're going to be hitting. Starry Sword Dance. And now I do Changeling Magic on 2 knives, which I do need to do because I need the damage. We go to the blue orb so I can actually finish it off with the Special Watch. And I get my extra turn. The knives are going to almost kill the red orb. And at that point I will be like facing the Wolf Tengu basically 1v1, which should be an easy fight. So let's go ahead and start by upgrading my hand here. And finishing off the orb. And yeah, like at this point we have the Decree, so we really shouldn't be taking any damage ever. I'm gonna go ahead and Purify just in case. Get rid of like Boundary, Dangerful Told, because the Tengu Decrees will be good enough. Actually, let's get rid of the curses first, and then the Danger Foretold. That's should be the one that's near boundaries. I'm not really sure which one it is. Trouble preparation needs fabrication. So it is this one right here. Get rid of the status, the misfortune, and the card we don't need. Because most of our block is going to come almost entirely from the decree at this point. Because if we don't use defense cards, he's not going to scale, which means we have to block very little. Yeah, let's just go ahead and time suppression here. Weaken to only 7 damage. Double preparation, look for our good cards. Discard the extra turn, just a random shoot and a throwing knife. And we get to use blue energy here to gain blue energy. And use that blue energy to draw cards. And just continue chaining it. We don't want to use any of these cards though, sadly. So let's just go ahead and use the turn. Might have been a better play there, but since I was already full blocking and this wolf is not a threat at all at this point, I didn't really check. Go ahead and stone stacking just to get the block up to 50. And just go ahead and illusion is just for extra knives on our draw pile so we can finish this faster. Because at this point we just need to double tank it. Nothing complicated left. And that is it. Yeah, if you don't need to actually play defense to remove the wolf's damage, he doesn't scale, and it's really easy to finish the fight without doing much. Okay, so bouncing knives could be interesting, but peak perfection here is absolutely the pick. Whenever we discard it, we get to draw 2 cards, which goes really well with the noise fabrication, trouble preparation, and our the other trouble preparation. Plus, worst case, we can do things like exiling it with Purify the Land, just so we can draw extra cards if we're kind of desperate. So you pick perfection here, absolutely great pickup. And we do get here without enough money to remove a card actually. So I guess I miscalculated. None of these cards are like interesting. Play with Water could have been, but at this point we do have like Tea Brewing, double trouble preparation, pick perfection, Water Blanket here. Not necessary to pick up Play with Water. If it came pre-upgraded, maybe it would be interesting, because it would be like it would cost 1 generic. But in this case, I think I might as well just upgrade one of the cards I already have. And at this point, it's likely to be maybe the News Fabrication, so I have to discard 1 less card, and I can transform the colorless mana into colored mana. Yeah, that sounds good. Let's keep moving on. Doremi, we really don't want to let her go like longer than 1 turn sleeping. 1 turn's fine though, but with the News Fabrication here and Dangerous Solutionist and some card draw, we might actually spend this turn setting up. So yeah, discard here. Being able to choose to discard 3 cards here, by the way, could actually be useful for things like the Lunatic, or if we want to discard extra knives. Tea Brewing, just set everything up for the future. And yeah, if this was upgraded, maybe I would have done it, but for now I'm happy to just keep cycling, finding better cards. We have a knife for knife generators in here. I have several knives. Let's go ahead and use one of these astrologies, so maybe we can get a knife for the room cleaning. Eviction order is not interesting, neither is time suppression. So, travel operation. Didn't find any knife, and the generator is kinda late. Let's Still, now that she's awake, I do kind of want to like really use the rune cleaning, so I'm gonna go ahead and try and find one more knife. We actually do get it this time. Getting this to start counting down, and also upgrade it so it's even cheaper next time we see it is really great. So I'm just gonna leave everything here. Rune cleaning on the knife, and we even draw an extra knife that's going to be upgraded. That lets us use the last mana we had. So that's real nice. And yeah, absolutely very, very powerful turn 1. And this turn, I guess we'll just Tengu's Decree twice, Private Vision or Purify the Land. And then the knives should take care of the blocking issue, because each of them is going to be 6 block. What I can do though is like Purify the Land here. Get rid of the Sunlight, the Eviction Order, and just go ahead, get rid of the Pick Perfection. It's a card I want to keep for my discard outlets, but exiling it right now might improve my my turn right now pretty substantially. And I'm not like completely sure I can fully block this, so I think it's worth doing. Just draw 3 cards because I exiled that. Could just go to the extra turn. Like Changeling Magic on the cards I'm not gonna use. Yeah, that sounds good. Just get rid of Boundary. Get rid of if I'm not using the Decrease this turn, I'm using them at all. I don't think so. Not gonna get rid of the Knife of Damocles because it would be like it could be a lot of bursts eventually. So yeah, let's just do these. Absolutely don't want to get rid of my Private Vision. So just go ahead and Private Square now. Drop all the knives on her, scale up Time Pulse, go to my next turn, and draw a fresh new hand that hopefully will have better ways to defend myself. It did. Let's start with some card cycling though. Okay, so Stone Stacking just does it on its own. So let's discard the knife. I'm not gonna use the device. Running out of opportunities to use the device, in fact. If it's not like an event or one of these encounters, not gonna need it anymore. And yeah, let's just go ahead. Time Suppression, Stone Stacking, and just spend mana, I guess. Doesn't really matter. Could have just stopped once I fully blocked. But yeah, the issue there was lack of blue mana. Okay, so there is Sword Dance. I do want. Let's go ahead and Tea-Brewing for some extra cards. I did find News Fabrication, which was one of the cards I was really looking for. I'm gonna go ahead and Rune Cleaning first though, upgrade my Travel Preparation, upgrade whatever else I draw. Okay, so let's start with Niche Fabrication, because I'm gonna be cycling a lot of cards. So with the preparations, so I want like open hand space. Yeah, exile, like discard, shoot. I do kind of want some defense, so I'm gonna leave these 2 here. So Bouncing Knives, and I guess I can discard the Special Watch rather than knives. Get a ton of energy. Just discard the things I'm not interested in. I guess at this point, if I'm gonna Time Suppression plus the blocks, I don't want the Bouncing Knives. Get some more hand space with Time Suppression because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna use it, just to keep extending the weakness, even if it doesn't change this turn. One last Travel Preparation. Don't want to keep doing it after this point because I'm running out of blue mana. And well, I wasn't really gonna do much regardless, it seems. So yeah, discard a little bit more. And at this point, let's just go ahead and get our block. Water Blanket. Danger foretold. Danger foretold. So that is full block. And I guess, like I planned earlier, I can go ahead and Knife of Damocles here, apply the vulnerable, make it much easier to finish her off. And the 2 knives I have on my drop pile will be helpful on our next turn, ideally. Okay, so as usual, let's start by making hand space. And getting some energy. Rune cleaning. So upgrade hand. And at this point, the 12 preparations should be able to just finish the fight by killing through discard. Yep, the knives plus the Lunatic gun, dealing a ton of damage, and just finish it off with a shot. Like, if I didn't have so many basics, this would be so much better. So Tengu's cell phone, I'm not actually sure I want to pick up. Because I already have like 2 astrologies, plus Long Night, plus the 6 cards since I have Peaked Cap. So this would actually just screw up my astrologies. So for the first time in God knows how long, I'm actually going to skip an exhibit. And not just an exhibit, one I actually like. So yeah, just so it doesn't screw with my astrologies, I'm gonna go ahead and not pick up. Sure gamble, we draw a lot of cards, this is energy, helps. Really helpful, I think. Plus converts my colorless into colored, so let's go ahead and just pick this up. And yeah, I'm gonna actually skip that relic, that exhibit. Okay, so Nimble Fabric is good. Start a second turn each combat, gain 2 grace. But Tactical Conductor here helps us with cards like I mentioned earlier, the Rune Cleaning. The News Fabrication is also going to be free. Water Blanket is not a skill. Yeah, it's not like a lot of them, but on the ones that it affects, it's very important. It's like Rune Cleaning plus News Fabrication makes it cheaper to do the Sure Gamble the first time. Basically, it starts with 1 extra discount on Private Square. So yeah, it doesn't affect a lot of our cards, but the ones it affects are like really good. Knife of Damocles we're going to be able to play a lot more now that it's only going to cost 1. Tactical Conductor is honestly just a really amazing exhibit as well. Like, our exhibit luck has been absolutely ridiculous. Like, the only exhibit I'm unhappy with is just a knife. Everything else is not just good, but actually amazing. We've been high rolling our exhibits super hard. So let's go for one last shop and one last delete. Hopefully this will give us 26 money, because last time we didn't actually have enough, despite only needing 20. But depends on the encounter, I'm pretty sure. And maybe the event as well. So let's go ahead and try this. Okay, so since I don't use my spell card a lot, I don't find it that important. I actually am going to answer a question here. And I'm going to go with saying that I do this for money. This is going to guarantee that I have the removal. It is going to add the negative news to my deck, but I can just use this 3 times. I do lose the spell card because I lose like 90 power, but I haven't been using the spell card much. And I'm already at 200 out of 100 regardless. So yeah, this actually helps a lot with making sure I have the money for the removal. And this is huge long-term benefit, I believe. Exchanging like it only costs 1, so it's not going to be like a huge issue to play it. And it does like consume as raw, I guess, but not a big deal most likely, hopefully. And I'm not really using the spell card that much, so like basically selling 1 spell card for 176 money right now. Very much worth it, I think. This just gives me the money I need for the removals for the rest of the game. Like this shop and the Act 4 shop. So now I have it guaranteed. Okay, I really want to focus Suwako here before she removes the important cards from my deck. Okay, Kanako is not really like a big issue. Generally she just focuses on summoning a bunch of dudes and dealing medium damage. Nothing to worry about. This turn I'm gonna open with Purify the Land on the Long Night, get rid of the other statuses, so Eviction Order and Sunlight. I do want to probably set up for a special watch in the Spirit of Elegance here. So let's start by doing Trial Preparation, discarding our Peak Perfection and just random defensive card, I guess. So I want the offense to set up the damage. And since we discard the Peak Perfection, we draw 2 extra cards. Get the Sword Dance here. 19 plus 10, 29. Almost there. Not good enough. But barely any, like, yeah, any extra damage actually does it. In fact, no, not enough mana for a knife into advancing into special. I'd be missing 1 mana. It does have an amulet, so picking up the Knife of Damocles here wouldn't help. So let's just go ahead and discard all of these. And Room Cleaning will actually do it. Room Cleaning for free on the Throwing Knife. Upgrade my entire hand. And just go ahead and I just should. And now it's available, but I have 2 mana I can spend. So just, I guess, Time Suppression into Throwing Knife here. And just, yeah, I'm technically wasting some mana, but don't really have any way to actually like use it properly. So let's go ahead and get the extra turn while removing a summon. Okay, so I can go ahead and just Illusionist here, just to set it up. Get a bunch of energy off of News Fabrication on Square plus a Knife. And use that energy to draw more cards. Negative news, want to get rid of this ASAP, so I don't have to still have it here on the bosses, and also I can start accumulating back the power. So Trial Preparation here, discard the knives. Don't have any more card draw, but I do have like a lot of energy plus with the Sure Gamble. Astrology would get me either a Great Tengu's Decree or Shuffle the deck and get me a random card. So I'm gonna go ahead and just pick up a random card and discard them this. Room Clean is great here, so I'm just gonna go ahead and use it. Upgrade my entire hand, which is mostly unupgraded. A bunch of energy from the Sure Gamble, but I don't have anything to use it on actually. So I'm just going to go ahead and Stone Stacking, fully block here. Keep scaling the Stone Stacking. At this point, like, there's barely anything, if anything at all, it could, it needs to even block, but, you know. Where are we on the map? Okay, so at this point we can't get any drones, because there's no drone encounters on the elites here. So I can actually just use the last charge of the device, and remove it from the deck. Which means I want to do Changeling Magic on different cards. I already have plenty of luck, so let's just do it on these. And Danger Foretold. And I guess the normal shot. And let's just go ahead, use the EMP device just to get rid of it. And the knives will finish off Suwako on turn 1 before she starts transforming her cards and leave Kanako super low on HP. And turn 2 we easily finish the fight. Yeah, just Sure Gamble, knife, knife, knife. Didn't really need the gamble, but I wanted to make sure I used it, I guess. Another Sure Gamble. Like maybe we have a decent chunk of card draw, but I don't think we have that much. It exiles itself, can't be that bad, right? Worst case we can retain it until the turns where we do have a lot of card draw. I think it's fine. It's a fine take. Not unhappy with it. Plus, if we get it on our turn 1, like this makes it like twice as likely that we get on turn 1, where it allows us to play cards a lot more easily despite the long night. So I'm fine with it. I'm happy with it, I think. So not going to pick up a third one though. And out of everything else, the only thing that seems interesting is the Peak Perfection. And since I have enough for Peak Perfection plus a card removal, while leaving enough money for the removal on the last shop, I'm going to go ahead and just do that. Peak Perfection, remove basic shoot. Go next. Nothing else I really have to worry about here. This could have been good if we had the money, but it costs like 300 and we came with 280. Basically the first card you play each combat, you get a copy that costs 1. If we opened up with like huge card draw cards or like sure gambles for massive energy, could be interesting, maybe for abilities. Generally you just want to make it so your opener is very explosive by playing a very high cost card and then playing the copy on top of it for a single extra mana. So let's go ahead and start with Private Vision on the Peak Perfection here. Since that is card draw that we're not going to like consume permanently. Didn't really find anything interesting, so let's go ahead and actually spend the astrologies now. I'm happy with doing Dangerous Illusionist already. Sets us up for AoE damage, which we will need once Clown Piece summons her fairies. So yeah, fine with drawing this now and just going ahead with this. And since we don't really have that much mana, let's just save the second astrology for later. Just do a little bit of damage and start stacking our time pulse. Let's open up as usual with Room Cleaning on a knife, upgrading our entire hand. Nice. Gonna go ahead and make Clumpy's vulnerable, so she eventually actually gets killed, rather than having to wait forever. Then just generate some more energy with News Fabrication on the knives. And this way we're also making hand space. Stone stacking fully blocks for the turn, makes more hand space. And at this point we can start doing our card draw cycling. Foundry, Water Blanket, Tanks Decree. So we can get... well, not gonna use it until I see I notice. Until I notice I need it. But negative news out. More trouble preparation. On Knife, Decree. Actually gonna discard the gamble, because Knife plus Purify is good enough, I think. To just be the rest of my turn. And I could just actually go for Debrewing here as well. So what I'm gonna do is Purify the land. Get the... where is it? Eviction Order. Refracted Sunlight. And I guess like a basic... Play nice Terry. And do the Astrology just to find the Debrewing. There it is. And I get to keep drawing cards, keep using my energy. Water Blanket for more card draw. And I keep drawing cards. Trouble Preparation. Knife, Knife, Peak Perfection for more draw. Yeah, this is what I meant. Like, we're not going infinite, because we almost run out of colored mana. But we really get to play an insane amount of cards per turn. Discard this, draw even more cards. And sadly we have to stop here mostly. If we had drawn News Fabrication, would have been like even more cards. Still not unhappy with how that turn went, so let's just go ahead and change the magic. The cards I don't want to keep, which are basically anything that doesn't cycle at this point, because we have some really insane cycling. And just focus on Clumpies, honestly. The knives are going to auto-target the small ones regardless, so let's focus on clumpies with the ones we play. Okay, let's go ahead and open up as usual. Get rid of this lunacy. Discard random cards for energy. And I can actually go ahead and knife Plumpies here and go to an extra turn with the special watch. And then private square is only gonna cost 4 next time. But there's likely not gonna be next time, so I intend to kill Plumpies right here. And that's the fight. Very easy. Take no damage. Lunar Fang. At the start of Sakuya's turn, we only lose half our bulk instead of all of it. Very good card with Ritengus and the stone stacking. Let's just keep our block when we have turns where we have huge amounts of it. Not interested in Ludovile. Wanton Tunneling is like energy generation, plus every time we shuffle we get it back to hand immediately. So it's actually like kind of interesting, plus it works with the Tengu's Decree. We're lacking in card draw more than energy, but the free energy generation and the fact that it doesn't like occupy a deck slot after the first time, because when we shuffle it goes directly to the hand instead, is really good. Plus when we upgraded, the energy is actually Philosopher's Mana. So I think I want to go ahead and pick this up, yeah. More than the play with water actually. And the play with water is also very interesting. Yeah, I think it's the tunneling on this one. Let's go ahead and upgrade something. I was just making sure that the Tengu Decrees will be fully set up like as soon as we play them. Sounds like a good idea. And we haven't been capping well, so we get to do this right before the boss. So we actually got healed from the cream. And we go fight Junko. I'm guessing we'll have like level 3 impurity, maybe 2? Maybe 2? 1 only? That's impressive. We actually have 3 colors, so I thought it'd be a little bit more. I guess not. So, gonna go ahead, purify the land to get rid of the Long Night. And we absolutely want to get rid of the pure radiances she just put into our deck. The rest of these will have to be gone when we redraw them, ideally with Changeling Magic. But they're gonna be a bother for most of the fight. Just like her passive, where she purifies our mana every time we play a card. Okay, so let's go ahead, rune cleaning with a knife. And I want to just use my blue mana while I still can. I really want to save the Changeling Magic to maybe exile the others, like the other Purify status cards if I can. So let's just go ahead and discard these two. Plus, I don't know, Danger Foretold, I guess. We do run out of white mana now, so no stone stacking, no Great Tengu's Decree. That is a problem. If we find a sure gamble, not sure gamble, like it has to be News Fabrication because we don't have colored mana. If we find News Fabrication, we could actually get back rainbow mana so we can stone stacking, which means I want to go ahead and draw Preparation for Cycle and then use the Astrologies. We do find a sure gamble, so we do have that to chain energy generators if we get the one we're looking for. Discard Pick Perfection for some extra card draw, and we do find News Fabrication, which is great. I'm gonna go ahead and discard the tunneling here. Red mana is not gonna be useful for now. And I guess the Sturdy Sword Dance is the one I'm least likely to use. And use this for some extra rainbow energy. And now I can do both of these. And do I have any reason to use astrology? I have 1 colored mana. What could I draw? Sure, gamble and then use the other one on something. But I don't think it's worth it just for that, so I'm just gonna save my astrologies. I'm gonna go ahead and do Dangerous Illusionist here. Just set it up now, because it costs a lot of blue mana. So I really want to have it up early. And while we still have blue mana, do Time Suppression here. Probably our strongest way to blocking away, because it's gonna reduce our damage by 12 from the weaken. And at this point, I'm gonna go ahead and Astrology to look for cards we might be able to use. I find none of them. I think we have to basically get back to the new Supervocation again, if we have only colorless mana. But at the very least, I can go ahead and find my knives, so I can get block from the decree. And on top of my knives, there was a boundary here. I noticed. Yeah, here it is. So yeah, I get to do boundary and just throw the knives to gain some extra block from the decree. Not exactly perfect, but the best thing we could be doing, I think. We only took 4 damage, thankfully. Really need to upgrade the quantum tunneling before it's actually useful. Gonna go ahead and Danger Foretold. Let's leave as much white mana up as possible. That way the Purifying Light will affect the white mana before the blue one, and I'll be able to give my blue mana for a bit. Yeah, Danger Foretold here. Into Trouble Preparations. Technically overdraw 1, but it is what it is. Gonna go ahead and discard Pick Perfection, Lunacy, and the... just one of the Danger Fortolds, I guess. And I'm gonna draw 2 cards off of that. Still didn't draw any energy generation, sadly. Guess I'll have to use the channeling, the changeling magic now at this point. So let's just go ahead and oh no private vision, because that doesn't activate the... I guess if I discarded the knife it would, but the knife is going to happen regardless. So let's spend my last colored mana on Danger Foretold. And just play my attacks here. Changeling magic on the misfortunes and statuses. And play these just because it's more damage than just letting them excel. For now we've barely taken damage, so we're doing well. But this is going to start hurting us, like making us lose life whenever we get purified from her passive. Okay, so let's spend our blue mana for card selection. We drew the second Pure Radiance, which fucking sucks, because now like it purified so much mana that I'm gonna lose the blue mana off of her passive. So hopefully we'll get the News Fabrication off of the Peak Perfection discard. Because if we do, we get Sure Gamble as well. We get to chain a bit of the energy generation we need. We got nothing. Maybe Room Cleaning. We don't have a knife, so let's discard Private Square. We do get News Fabrication at least. So let's go ahead and discard, I guess, Special Watch and Boundary. Spend the blue mana immediately on the Sure Gamble to get Rainbow mana. Just Thanks Decree. Try and draw something useful. So it's either Sturdy, Sword Dance, or Water Blanket, I guess. Blanket's gonna draw Boundary and Bouncing Knives. This is the most block I can get. So let's just go ahead and do this. And play the knife. And I'm actually just gonna go ahead and spell card for 2 more knives. Just for the extra 14 block. Don't want to be taking a ton of damage here. So yeah, we're only taking 11 thankfully. And next turn we are very likely to be able to finish tight. Less than 11 because of the spacesuit. Keep forgetting. She's not attacking me, so let's just go ahead and spend the colored mana just so I can get rid of the lunacy. And quantum tunneling. Actually, I don't get hurt by the lilies actually because of the spacesuit. Let's just do the boundary because I'm only gonna lose half a block. And I didn't get to finish it last combat, last turn, and maybe this turn is the one. So I did get afflicted with every status. Let's start off with travel preparation, use some blue mana, get to discard both peak perfections. And I guess private vision? No, the time suppression. I really don't need any more colorless. Some damage from the Lunatic gun. I do get affected by the pre-radiance I drew, but I can at least do use fabrication when I ride out of colored mana entirely. So let's go ahead and rune cleaning with the knife, upgrade everything. Special watch just to use my blue mana. And now I get to use discard, discard, discard. And finish it off with bouncing knives. That was rather rough, but we managed in the end. And for our last exhibit, Lunar Soil adds 2 colorless, gives you Moonscape. Center cards, adds black to the mana base. After you activate your spell card, you lose 1 life and draw 5 cards. Or on his egg dish, adds red, at the start of the player's turn, gain temporary firepower equal to the number of attack cards played last turn. Not really interested in the temporary firepower, mostly because I don't play that many attacks. So, however, I do have the quantum tunneling now though. Maybe it's worth it. What the heck? Let's try it. It's only gonna be like 1 shop left, and I wanna like discard anyway. So seeing black cards is very rarely going to change anything. So let's just pick up this. See what we get here. All 3 are great. I think it's Silver Dimension though. This plus the Tengu's Decree means we're going to like generally have a very easy time generating all the block we might need against Seija, despite playing a ton of cards. And the Time Walk is like not really that important in my opinion. It's nice, but eh. And not really interested in the library, despite it not being a bad card. Because the Silver Dimension here is going to be very reliable for what I want to do. Which is just make sure I don't die against Sage's passive. Last shop. Let's face it, just removing, I guess, one of the small ones. And I have 60 coins that I see nothing I'm interested in spending on. Not even the water gun, honestly. Yeah, it replenishes its 30 damage. It cost me nothing. Let's go. Oh, it did cost me something. I can't upgrade here. Shit. Well, that's what happens when you don't pay attention. Because it cost me 25 because of Lunatic7. Yeah, that was a mistake, so I guess I'll just upgrade a basic. And let's go for Seija. Okay, very good first item. She's just gonna attract enemies into combat, which is really just going to give me Spider Lily energy. So let's go ahead, purify the land. Long Night, Eviction Order. Honestly, I'm not even like that bothered by the refracted sunlight in this case, so I'm just gonna go ahead and remove a basic. Basic boundary, I guess. This one's in hand. Let's just do this. Gonna take a bit of damage here, but I do want to look for relevant cards. Gonna not pick up the Changeling Magic right now. Not really high on card density at the moment. Got the Private Vision, so I can discard that for some card draw. Astrology again. Okay, so we do find our first Tangus Decree. Not interested in seeing the private square right now. But other more important things to do first. So let's go ahead and Tangus Decree. 1-2 tunneling. And just defend. Block. I'm gonna use this just so I can do both of these. For the extra damage on top of the block for the decree. And since it is actually possible, I could beat her in 3 turns once I set up everything. So like I'm kinda close with what I have here. Because I'm gonna have a lot of card draw and cycling. So I'm going to go ahead and actually no, I'm gonna save my spell card just so I can be sure I have throwing knives when I draw Room Cleaning. It means that even at my fastest, I am going to take one more turn to finish the fight. But I think it's fine. Okay, so let's go ahead and stone stacking. Fully block for the turn, plus everything that comes after. Like the scissoring. Not sure if I should T-Brew here or just go for the Illusionist plus Silver Dimension. I kinda wanted to upgrade this with the Room Cleaning before I did it. Let's go ahead and T-Brew. I do get News Fabrication, perfect. That is exactly what I wanted. Just discard the Peak Perfection and Danger Foretold, which will generate a ton of energy and also get me some card draw. Travel Preparation, like, should be pretty much guaranteed at this point. Yeah, here's the Room Cleaning. So I'll discard the Water Gun and the Water Blanket. And I can just get to use all of my powers here. Starry Sword Dance for a knife. Room Cleaning on the knife. Draw 2, upgrade my hand. Sure Gamble for the mana. Tangus Decree. And I'm pretty much almost entirely set up. So just Silver Dimension. Danger Solutionist. And I would do Knife of Damocles, but that means I can't Travel Preparation because I only have one mana other than colorless or red. Let's just start with this. Draw a ton of throwing knives. Let's discard some of them. And only Seija left until she summons more, but you know, relevant enough for the decree. Let's get some block, some more damage. Kinda wasted mana, but oh well. Okay, so she is going to remove all debuffs, which is absolutely fucked, because she's going to get rid of my Tangus Decrease. So let's just get as much block as possible this turn, so I can use it for next turn. And probably try to set up Special Watch on the Keystone. In fact, it's done. I've set it up. Okay, that was dumb. So now I can't Travel Preparation because the discards might actually kill the Keystone. I guess I'm just blocking a bit. Knife and the watch. Yeah, that was a bit dumb, I'll admit. But I do want to use the watch here, for sure. Okay, so Room Cleaning on the knife, upgrades everything. And now I get to just, yeah, go ahead and spend some cards into News Fabrication. Now that I have a ton of hand space, discard both Peak Perfections with News Fabrication. 0 mana, gain 4 mana, draw 6 cards. Seems nice. Just let's get some hand space here. And I want to find the Rune Cleaning again so I can upgrade the Quantum Tunneling for Rainbow Energy rather than red. So let's use my Cycling. Sorry, that was a hiccup. And we found it. Just discard Perfection. I'm gonna leave the Bouncing Knives because I do need a knife for Rune Cleaning. So it's double danger for Toll, I guess. Or I guess I could just do this. Bouncing Knives. And I get to do my upgrades here. And now Quantum Tunneling gives me Rainbow Energy. I guess Time Suppression doesn't do anything, since she's going to cleanse herself. Okay, so let's just go ahead and more card draw, more energy. And at this point I'm just trying to set up everything. I know I'm not dealing any more damage at this point. I can have way too many throwing knives at this point as well. Do I have anything else that exiles? I have my Changeling Magic in hand. So let's look for my basics and just try to exile the last few basics I have. So that's 2 of them. Get some hand space. Throw some more. This is just, again, to make hand space. And I made so much hand space that I forgot to keep a blue mana for Travel Operation. So I guess that's a turn. At least the Changeling Magic will still stay in my deck. The Echo, I guess. So I can maybe exile other things later. Okay, so Teapot with Longspout. Not really worried about this. Plus it gave me Frail, which is the one I cared the least about. Okay, let's just go ahead. Get some knives out of my hand. One less enemy. Quantum Tunneling for mana. Just get rid of these knives. I have plenty of them. More than enough. And News Fabrication on 2 Peak Perfection feels so absolutely incredible. Deal 16 damage, draw 6, gain 4 energy, cost 0 mana. I'm cleaning on the knife, keep upgrading cards. At this point I can just keep stacking Lock On and Vulnerable, I'm pretty sure. Turn 1 blue into 2 colorless, and since I already have 3 blue, I can private square here just fine. 2 less throwing knives because they get exiled. And yeah, this is pretty much over. I did find Changeling Magic here. So let's again make some hand space. Rune Cleaning, so maybe I can upgrade whatever I draw because my hand is already fully upgraded. Just knives. Yeah, let's do Quantum. Keep drawing. Fabrication, and Peak Perfection, and just both knives, I guess. Can I draw the cards? I can. Yep. So Changeling Magic, last basic, and I guess the Knife of Damocles. since, you know, 3 turns of Morable, she's definitely going to die soon. And yeah, nothing much else to do this turn, she's already at the limit. And I'm already like way over the block I need. Like, I'm making sure I win this, but I don't think there was any way I lost it like halfway through that. And yeah, just mystification. Big perfection on the knives, draw some more cards. Just get off of a free quantum channeling. More room cleaning knives. And yeah, I just keep generating energy, keep drawing cards. At this point, I'm not sure if I'm like infinite, but I think the distinction between being infinite and this is like irrelevant. And yeah, this is what I meant at the start of the run. I remember how I told you sometimes the knives are necessary, but at some point you have so many that they start to get annoying. This is kind of what I meant. I've been having to use them just to make hand space. And that is Sakuya. Second try. I did get a failed run before I managed to record this one. Died to Remo actually on Act 1, but we finally have another Act 4 win here. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed that run. Pretty much showcase the knife archetype I like to play when I go Sakuya. So for reference, this was the failure. This was just another practice run before doing this one. And this one run here. And yeah, that was quite nice. We did high roll extremely hard with the early exhibits. So we owe a lot of our success to this. Very happy we got them. We like use them to get a very good run. And yeah, nothing much to say. Hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you next time with either Chirno or Reimu. Either Bear Grey Reimu or Teammate Chirno.